You know, John, ever since you've brought up the silent abyss, I've been walking through the world just putting things in the silent abyss.
You know, occasionally I come up with a good one, right?
Yeah.
Occasionally there's a concept that
Yeah.
makes sense, and I've been getting a lot of good feedback about the silent abyss.
You scroll through Netflix and you just go like, ah, yes, all of this. You walk around and you look at posters for things outside and or you pick things up and you're just like, uh-huh, back to the abyss you go. Like, it's just everywhere now. Now that I
Yeah.
know, now that it's been named, I can't see it, and I can't unsee it.
Like, I remember a couple of Christmases ago sitting down with my mom and she was watching some like kind of hallmarky film, something to that effect. And I remember just watching it and like it wasn't like just a bad movie. Like the vocabulary wasn't there. It was like every time you thought a character was going to say a line, they would say it.
Yes.
Every plot beat you could predict. It looked like it was shot on an iPhone. Like I didn't recognize any of the actors and none of them seemed like they wanted to be there. And I was watching it and I was like, this is like not bad, because bad implies that something happened.
Yeah.
This is a conveyor belt movie that was built on an assembly line and then shipped off to this streaming service.
And I think it's more important than ever to recognize this exact feeling of like, yeah, they just kind of did it. They just put something out and there was nothing there, because that's exactly the kind of content that AI is going to create, right? Mm-hmm. When we are like seconds away from like watching the shows produced, if not already watching episodes of things that are entirely written by generated, AI, I'm like, it's all going to hit that like, well, we're following tropes. We're doing all the things you expect to. And you're not going to be left with any feeling afterwards. It's just going to hit all the notes and then run the credits. And I think that's the feeling that those types of productions are going to give, is like, it's straight for the abyss.
100%. But Woolie, am I hearing you're not down with Triple H's AI future?
Wait! Wait. Tell me that's not a real thing. Please tell me that's not
Woolie,
a real thing. I have not been paying attention.
Let me tell you about modern day WWE, okay? They recently put out a press announcement, and from the looks of it, Triple H is going to be stepping back from his position as head content creator in order to pursue politics. Let's put that over there. That's already nightmarish enough. Woolie, are we going to let the man who took a sledgehammer to Mick Foley's knees into the White House?
Yes, apparently. Yes, we are.
But yeah, WWE has stated that it's going to be publicly stated that it's going to be relying more on AI-driven storytelling.
Oh, man. That...
So,
you know that I didn't see this. I didn't know that. That's a thing where, one, it says we can fire writers and do this easily on the cheap, but you also know that's to get anyone who's investing excited because you said the buzzword.
Oh. So, Woolie, I'm guessing that you haven't heard about the very first EMF friendly match from WWE.
What is that? What is that?
Okay. So me and you, Woolie, can both agree that since the dawn of history, wrestling has had this gigantic problem in that there is too many electromagnetic fields interfering with the wrestling match, right? I've genuinely lost count of the amount of times me and you have said that exact sentence. Am I right?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. We need to get these wrestling matches. Forget a cage match. How about a Faraday cage match?
Mm-hmm. Well, Woolie, the WW pay-per-view WrestlePalooza held the first ever EMF friendly match. And I know it sounds too good to be true. Oh God, okay, I don't like how much this is actually sounding like. They basically got sponsorship from one of these fucking hoo-ha companies who produce medallions to protect you from electromagnetic waves.
Oh my God. Okay,
and Woolie, they got four medallions and placed them around the four posts of the wrestling ring to allow the wrestlers to wrestle without the interference of electromagnetic waves. And Woolie, have you ever seen the scene where Goku goes Super Saiyan against Frieza? That's what it looked like. So look, that's where WWE is at. I don't want to turn this into a wrestling podcast.
Wow.
They think we're fucking idiots. WWE legit thinks its audience are fucking morons. Like,
So-
that is...
I have to say that, like, I have seen some folks kind of being like, oh man, rough timing on that Roman Reigns, like, episode that we did not long ago. But I have to say, actually, maybe the best timing, because we got out on a high note. Right?
So that
we
is-
left
so-
at the end. That was right as the American Nightmare Championship arc was starting. That's the last note we ended on, and that's the place to leave it. Is that not the
Willie,
place to walk away?
My 2.5 hour Roman Reigns is the greatest video came out 3 weeks before that happened.
Oh my
Let me tell you, Blue Sky was not kind that day.
I think that, like, that was the send off, like getting me into that whole bit, into the Roman Reigns arc, into the and understanding that context, and now you can put it down and just walk away is actually, like, there's some kismet to that, you know? There's some closure there.
And like, even Woolie, like, creatively, WWE has been like, there's occasional good flashes. Like, there's still a lot of talented people who work at that company.
Oh yeah,
creatively,
the Empress of
it's been
Tomorrow will forever be the Empress of Tomorrow.
Yeah. Asuka posted like an AI generated. Fuck it.
All right. Hurt me more, Snake. I understand. The less I say, the better.
Look, Woolie, we both know it. We live in a nightmare. We live in an absolute nightmare.
The American nightmare.
I wish. It's just Eyepatch Wolf.
I'm Woolie Versus, and that was a double entendre. and we
are
Versus Wolf!
Okay, Woolie, listen. I want to kick off this episode with a special new section on Versus Wolves. It's Notion Watch.
Yes! Let's go! I'm so excited for Notion
Woolie
Watch.
saw this section listed in the docket and immediately got fired up.
Yeah. I mean, like, I just saw the name of a segment called New Segment Notion Watch, and I'm all in. I am all in and ready for it, baby. Let's go.
So the way Notion Watch is going to work is two things. One, I'm going to describe any large-scale incident that I get a feeling of notions from, but also petty exchanges from my personal life. Neither is more powerful.
Okay.
And so the first is, Woolie, I was recently invited to my friend's 10th anniversary wedding celebration.
Okay.
And already you're skating on fucking thin ice, boy.
Oh, 10 years, huh? Are we celebrating 10 years, are we? Oh, we're going to celebrate them. Oh, wow.
Oh, happiness. Well, for some.
Look at him.
Oh, you're in love, are you? Yeah. Ah, that must be great. And I say this from a relationship of 20 years of happiness. And I'm still, and Woolie, I have known this person for like 30 years, like thereabouts. And he's like, hey, would you like to help me and my wife celebrate the fact that we've been together for 10 years? We have 2 beautiful children together. And my soul, like, you know, my outwards reaction is like, yeah, sure. My soul reaction is, who the fuck are you?
Some of us are well-to-do then, I guess, huh? We're just,
so
you know, we got time on our hands. Yep, all right.
So, you know, I'm not great generally at getting back to people when they message me. And so I kind of leave it a couple of weeks. And so then I message him after kind of pushing down the bile and realizing that this is my inherited Irish grudge against everything causing this. And I message him and I'm like, hey, I'll come to your wedding anniversary. And you know what he messages me back, Woolie? Which one?
Wow. Oh, no. Oh, no. You suppressed it. Which one?
This motherfucker
has
the gall to have 2 separate... It's not my fucking wedding, Woolie. It's not me who's been... Why do I care? Anyway.
Oh, one's not good enough for you, is it? We're just... Okay.
Kilo, if you do listen to this, I'm sorry, but... I mean, come on! Sorry.
That's wild. That is, that's great. Okay, so here's the thing is, you sent me that video of, like, a short of just, like, this dude just living his life and, like, just try to drink water, and they're just like, oh, isn't that refreshing, is it? You know, like, getting H2O, are you? That sure is quite a distance from the milk he was weaned on, you know? Or oh, look at him. Trying to go to bed.
Sleep, are you? All your work's done, is it?
And I just now what I'm hearing now I'm fully enjoying Notions as I always have, but I'm hearing the voice of the group of people standing around in the background watching, going, oh, is that what's going on? Is it, you know, like I'm hearing that group of voices for all of these events. This is the best.
So that group of voices, Woolie, is like, it's an actual group of people, but it's also the voices in the head of every Irish person. And like, you know, I every time we talk about Notions, I have to mention this. I'm a YouTuber with dyed hair and tattoos. There are few in Ireland that have the fucking Notions I do. And when I walk into an Irish establishment, I immediately feel it. And you know what, Woolie? I don't even think they're wrong.
But we've committed nonetheless.
There's a part 2 of Notion Watch, Woolie. And it has to do with the Irish presidential election.
Yes. Okay.
So
where are we?
Some of you may have seen my video on regular Eyepatch Wolf about this, but sorry. There was an interview with an Irish presidential candidate. And, you know, it's like a panel interview, and they're asking all 3 of them like hardball questions, and then they get to this. So it's 2 ladies and a man, and they get to the man, and they're like, okay, presidential candidate Gavin, is it true that you owe an old tenant of yours €3,000? And you watch the fucking soul drain from this man's eyes on national television, Woolie. And he just goes, well, that was 16 years ago. And it was a very stressful time.
Oh.
And my wife and I.
Oh
and
my God.
I'll need to look into that.
No.
And I if I did do it, I'm sorry, but I don't know that I did. And 3 days later, Woolie, he withdrew his candidacy for Irish president because that's all it takes.
Oh
that's
my God.
all it takes. And
Jesus.
what's beautiful about this, Woolie, is this man has been a public, like, he's been like a public figure for that entire time, okay? So this old tenant of his, who is the editor of a newspaper, waited. He
That
waited
is unbelievable.
for just the right time. And when he saw this man run for president, he was like, now I've got you.
Ireland is amazing. This is because, okay, we'll get there a little bit later in the episode, but let me just uncork the seal here and say that, you know, a classic punchline in something like the Boondocks is basically, that nigga owes me $5, right? And you watching the TV, seeing that shit, like, it's a real thing. And you're just kind of like, imagine that person, that line, carrying all the way up to the main stage of a debate and torpedoing a campaign.
That is exactly what happened. And you have just, okay, we'll get to Boondocks later.
Yeah.
You have just fucking unlocked something in me in terms of why I enjoy a particular part of the Boondocks. Anyway, we'll get to that.
Okay.
But and like what's been crazy about this is I've been seeing like a lot of people, like, you know, international people responding to this, being like, how could such a small thing derail a presidential candidate? And it's like, no, you don't get it. Irish people, above all else, we are petty. We are so fucking petty. And it's
man.
like this is literally the vibe, Woolie. Sure, look at you. Getting on great there, aren't you? Gonna become the next president of Ireland. Although, now that I think of it, do you not owe me €3,000 from 16 years ago?
Yeah, looks like things are going pretty good for you, are they?
Sure would be a shame if you were actually getting ahead of yourself.
Some of us are still lacking, you know? Some of us are still in need out here, and, you know, yeah, helps you out when you needed help back then, you know? That's incredible. It's
like there was like a few extenuating circumstances. Like the dude was a landlord and he legit like cheated a tenant out of €3,000.
Okay,
but here is the expression the man made when asked the question, Woolie, and it's a thing of fucking beauty.
Oh, man, soul destroyed on national television.
That's my video. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, there is something kind of incredible too about like I'm reminded of like, an era when something that simple could just shut the whole show down, right? I talk about like a lot of people talk about like in America there was Howard Dean, who was a politician whose campaign ended because he got too excited one time in one of his like stump speeches, and he went, "We're going here, we're going to Maryland, we're going to DC, and then we're going to the White House." Pyah! And he made a weird noise.
Yeah, I saw that. Like,
yeah. You know, he kind of just went like, ah! He just didn't know what to do with his energy, and that was embarrassing enough that was it. Couldn't bring it back.
Do you know, it's funny because I heard about that story first, and I was like, I mean, if the dude just made a weird noise, that's ridiculous. Like, if he's a good politician, if he's a good candidate, if he's good at his job, that's the only thing that should matter. And then I watched the clip, and a part of me just immediately goes, "Oh no, you can't vote for him."
So I mean, like if you like at the time, it was like if you just played it off and just went like, "Yeah, that was fun, that was goofy," and just rolled with it or whatever. But at the time, decorum was important, and it mattered to like give this this serious leadership quality was an important thing to like, exude. And so the idea that you could just be this clown that would give a big old cowboy yell, that was like out of control, and it wasn't a convincing cowboy yell either. You didn't really truly believe in it, so everyone just felt a little awkward. But then the idea that you're like, time to shut the dream down on that's all it takes. That's all it took back then,
Man, Woolie, I am so glad that YouTube doesn't work that way, because I would be gone. I would be done. But it's funny because like I think like when something like that happens, like you're right, like you do have to just lean into it. Mm-hmm. Like imagine if that guy, the Irish presidential candidate, had just like looked directly into the camera and said, "Yeah, what of it?"
Damn,
he's probably all right.
Yeah. I always
remember there's this wrestler called Titus O'Neil.
Yes, yes, I remember.
His catchphrase is Titus Worldwide. Have you ever seen Titus World Slide?
No.
Oh my god. Okay, Woolie, I'm gonna link you this. Fox, I'm gonna ask you to pull this up on screen. So this was during what was called the Greatest Royal Rumble, which is a different event to the Royal Rumble. And just behold.
No. Oh, that's wow! And they gave him the replay on that too. Oh, so that's
the thing. The thing is, though, I feel like that is the most famous time that Titus O'Neil has ever been.
I can imagine.
And like he's meant to be a good dude, and he's meant to like he's decent in the ring, and he's okay charisma wise, but like. The way you played this, and like I was disappointed because they never did anything with it.
Oh, you make that your whole character after that.
So what I think needed to happen here is he comes out on Raw, and he's like pissed, and he gets in the middle of the ring, and he says like he's here. He's glad that the eyes of the world are on him because he's going to show them he's so much more. And he's fucking like angry, and he's like scary, and he's weird, and he's like, you're all going to see what's coming. And then he gets out of the ring and falls over.
Yes.
That's the character.
Yes.
That's the character,
What a
and
dropped
it's like,
opportunity. Oh, my God.
I know. It's such a bummer.
I mean, if you have that spark, I suppose that we'd be hearing about it more often, but that's...
I guess so, yeah.
You have to have the ability to, like, whether or not you... Okay, one, taking yourself too seriously means you will not even begin to perceive how to turn lemons into lemonade, Like, you have to start out by, like, being able to look at any one of those moments and go, okay, what can we do here? Can this work? And, like, the magic of kayfabe is that, like, it would be such an incredible thing to turn a real thing like that into the bit, especially if it's the thing that, like, caught on the most, That's a wasted opportunity.
So, at one of my wrestling appearances, Woolie, I was, like, stepping into the ring, and I tripped, and I fell down in between the ring and the ring apron.
Let's go. Yeah.
And so immediately I turned that into like, what is this? Like, why is this even here? And like, I went into the ring ref and I complained about the ring apron. I went out into the audience and was like, careful of that. That's so and like, I was legit embarrassed when it happened because it was an actual mistake. But then I was like, okay, we got to just roll with it.
And that's it. And like, and the difference between like not knowing how to capitalize on those mistakes versus like The Rock doing the people's eyebrow for the first time was completely an unintended moment. Walking out on the Nation of Domination and get back here, boy, don't you turn your back on me. And he goes, and like the camera zooms in and it's like, oh, you have a thing now, It was not meant to be a thing. That wasn't supposed to be it, but here it is. And you recognize that in the moment and then go, grab that,
Sometimes you design the perfect bit in a test tube, and sometimes the audience inflicts the perfect bit upon you. Yep.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah. But, So, Woolie, I've been really excited to talk to you about Absolum.
Yes, this has been getting marketed quite heavily in a lot of places, and my understanding is for very good reason.
So, do you know anything about this game?
It showed up on the Arc System Works promo event, And I remember it was just like, yeah, this is I think it was like isometric view, action game kind of thing. But I don't know much about it beyond that and the little promo art with the red.
So this is from BitCrush and .mu, and it's the people behind Streets of Rage 4.
Nice.
And I don't know if you played too much Streets of Rage 4.
Oh yeah, it was great. .mu's has like come a long ways, I have to say. I remember first seeing their work when they were responsible for porting games like the Last Blade series collection to PC, and they did a really, really rough job. And they basically made an emulator and then grabbed ROMs and stuck them in them. And I'm like, what is this? This is embarrassing.
Yeah, I picked up a few of those things and they were not good.
But then they made Windjammers, and then they took on Streets of Rage, when Windjammers 2, and they've been crushing it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and like Streets of Rage 4 in particular is like, that game is so deceptively good. And I think like the problem is that like when you play it, it kind of does just feel like a scrolling beat 'em up. Hey, it's a throwback to scrolling beat 'em ups. When you start playing that on higher difficulties, mm-hmm. and you see how they've layered those difficulties and like the fucking agonizing resource management and decisions you have to make as you go through those levels, it impressed me so much. I really fell in love with Streets of Rage 4. I thought it was so great. Mm-hmm. I love the original characters, the twins, Mr. X's son and daughter. They were so fucking cool.
I think it's rad that came out, and River City Girls as well, as like two mm-hmm. pretty cool examples of like beat 'em up that harkens back to the older ones, but still has like a lot mechanically going on to show off like what this genre can go into the future like,
Yeah, and it's weird because I feel like for a couple of years now, beat 'em ups have been in this weird space where they're kind of back, but I also don't know that anyone's really cracked the code on what a modern scrolling beat 'em up is. Like River City Girls comes close, but it's kind of just like an old beat 'em up but longer, mm-hmm. and like mm-hmm. there's a lot of really great stuff about River City Girls, but like what a new scrolling beat 'em up, how you repurpose the mechanics of that genre in like an interesting and meaningful way, that's something I've wanted for a long time.
Mm-hmm. Oh, sorry. I was going to say that like I like when there's specific versions where like I feel like Dragon's Crown was a pretty cool attempt at like bringing back the Dungeons and Dragons Shadows over Mystara version mm-hmm. of it, but these are still like takes on an existing archetype, but like how do you what's the version of this that like takes it to the next level without just becoming character action necessarily,
and for me that is Absolum. Absolum has nailed it.
Interesting.
So it's such a weird year for games, Woolie, because like there's so much great shit out, there's
fantastic
so much stuff that I've really
year.
been, oh my god. And so like there's been a few just out of nowhere, like what the fuck, like Expedition 33,
mm-hmm.
Like Silksong's not out of nowhere, but you know what I mean. Beautiful. But then there's like the silent creepers that are just, every session you spend with them, they start nudging their way up your list, and Absolum is absolutely that for me. So what this game is a run-based scrolling beat 'em up,
Mm-hmm.
And you play through it once, and it just feels like a scrolling beat 'em up. You have your start, you have your end, go kill the last boss. But the more runs you do, and like you're not gonna beat them first time as you're like kind of getting used to the mechanics and everything, and the mechanics are really, really solid. Like there's a really interesting defensive option here that I've never quite seen before. You have a parry button, right?
Mm-hmm.
But your parry button is also your dash forward button.
Okay.
So basically you're trying to read an enemy where, okay, when's it going to attack you? And so you're hitting dash, and if you time it right, you will dash into the enemy's attack, bounce it off, and leave it open for like, attacks. Mm-hmm. If you time it wrong, now you're right next to the enemy, and so you're going to be vulnerable for a second, but you can also attack.
Okay.
And what it means is your means to like traverse like to move fast and engage aggressively is also your parry. And if you misjudge it, you're going to get beat out. But what it means is even in your mistakes, it incentivizes you to move very quickly and attack hard. And you are bouncing from enemy to enemy to enemy. And then like occasionally you see like the wind up animation, you hit dash, you bounce them off. And once that started to flow, I was like, oh, this fucking rules. This is great. This is so much fun.
Yes, games where you put like parry or a defensive mechanic on top of something offensive to like force you to use both together in synergy. I love it.
And like you can also dash up and dash down, which will like get you out of danger much more effectively, but there's no parry.
Right.
So it's like, okay, what are you doing here? And like, so it's great. But then, like, it's around that point that the game started opening up in terms of, like, other parts of it. So, initially, you can pick from two characters, two really fucking cool characters. You can pick basically blue female Geralt Witcher.
Mm-hmm.
Who, like, you know, her light attacks are just, you know, her kind of punches and kicks, and then her heavy attacks a sword. Or, and this made me think of you, Woolie, Boxer Dwarf.
Yeah.
And he just has these big giant fists and it's so cool. But I was kind of disappointed because when I started playing as them both, they both played very similar. Okay. And it's like, you know, when a lot of games are like say like Turtles in Time or something where there's like small differences between the characters, but it's not huge or anything compared to like a Final Fight or a Streets of Rage or
unlocking
something like
a new character is just a reskin.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I was like a bit bummed about that, but then I kept playing. And what happens is that you unlock perks for the character and like with the bigger perks, they will change how the character plays completely. So take the dwarf. All his specials. So you have a light attack, heavy attack, and special attack. And special attack is like, you know, the limited resource attack. All his heavy attacks are based around his blunderbuss, his gun. So like it can be something like he does a short range blast. He can shoot projectiles across the screen. He can fire a grenade. And, you know, it works the way it does in a lot of scrolling beat 'em ups. You know, you beat up normal enemies to build meter, and then you spend meter on, like, his special attack. But I got a perk that took away my heavy attack and instead replaced it with reload. So every time I hit heavy attack, I would reload the blunderbuss and I would just get a stock of special back. And all of a sudden, I am not playing this like a scrolling beat 'em up. I am playing it like a game with a projectile weapon that I am measuring my reload with. While parrying, while doing all the other shit. Then with the witch character, I unlocked a grab with her. Well, not even a grab. It's like, you know, in scrolling beat ups when you walk into a character and you grab the enemy and from there you can throw them, you can do whatever. Mm-hmm. There's that shit here, but just leaving them in neutral would drain their health like really fast. Okay. So all of a sudden, I'm not even thinking about attacking. I'm thinking about walking into enemies, grabbing them, and just draining their life bar, repositioning, dodging whatever attack's coming in, grabbing the next enemy, draining their life bar, and like playing like a weird vampire, right? And so like mechanically, this game is interesting as fuck, and there's all these different like modifiers on top of that. You can get like fire elements, so like every time you do your normal attack, you inflict fire on the enemy. Every time you parry an enemy, you cause like you summon a whirlwind, and it's like there's all these really interesting ways that your builds can kind of spin out. But on top of all this, fucking tier art direction. This is one of the most gorgeous games I have played in a long time. And for whatever reason, when I was just looking at trailers, I was like, yeah, it looks nice. But when I was actually in that world, when I was actually seeing all the intricate little animations of the character, it's just so beautiful. Like, I everything animates so well and has such personality and such a vibe. The opening area is like this crimson red scarlet forest, infested with all these goblins, and it is beautiful. The music is fucking amazing. There's a moment where you fight, like, the second boss is this subterranean dwarf undead king, and you start playing him, and I swear to God, it might as well be like a song from Killer Instinct 3 season 1.
Let's go.
It's like it's like Spinal vibes, you know?
Hell yeah.
And it's just a game. I just threw it on the Steam Deck one afternoon, being like, yeah, sure, I'll plink at this for a little bit. And I am in love with it. I think it is so good. And this is all without saying, like, how the map system works. The more you play, the more new areas open up. So, like, immediately after you come out of the starting area, I got information from a character later in the map being like, oh, you know, it's actually a hidden section right after you come out of the right at the start of section 1, and that area leads to an additional boss fight. And what that means is, like, okay, it's a harder area that ends in a boss, but now you get an additional perk in section 1 because you do that boss fight, then you do the section 1 boss fight, you know? And this slowly spiderwebs out to all these alternate routes throughout the world, all of which have, like, subquests and characters that you meet in one route and who you then, like, take on another route. And you're like, oh, so I need to take this character to this part of the map. And I also need to make them survivable enough so that they actually, like, are able to get to this part without dying. So all of a sudden, like, the perks that seem useless, like, oh, companion characters have, like, 20 plus HP, now that's super valuable because it lets me get this character to this new part of the map, beat this subquest, unlock this new thing, which opens up this new part of the map, and dude, it fucking rules.
That's a really smart game loop. Yeah. Nice. Okay.
Everything about this game is smart. Like, everything about it feels good. The writing is great. The characters are great. It's, like, funny and weird, and I am just having... And, like, if you just want a 15-minute, you know, okay, you know what? I get 15 minutes. I want to chill out on my Steam Deck here. It's the perfect game for that. It's also the kind of game that will make 2 hours go by like that.
Right.
You know?
Right. God, no shortage of good games this year, man. That's cool. Out of nowhere.
Dude, this 2025 is a heavy hitter. Like, the best collection's going to be interesting this year.
Yeah, because I mean, stuff that I forgot that I touched on just flashed as you were describing some of those mechanics where, well, anyway, we'll get into, like, a couple little things, you know, but I feel like you know, I was like, I was playing Ninja Gaiden Ragebound, you know, and then I played a bit of the new Shinobi game as well, and I kind of was like comparing these two ninja beat 'em up kind of games and seeing,
and it's weird because despite like the ninja similarities, philosophically those games are so different.
It's crazy.
What they're asking of the player.
It is, and it's so wild because I was just thinking about, like, how the loop, because in Ragebound it's kind of somewhat to what you're describing, going back through the run after you've unlocked things and then unlocking a secret mission to then get more to expand your combat abilities. But Ninja Gaiden's always been a hard series where it's like the stage is full of bullshit coming at you that all dies in one hit, and you have a limited move set, but, like, good luck navigating this weird puzzle of weird enemy placements. And whereas Shinobi is like, oh, you're a character that can launch and do amazing combos and the world can't hurt you, but and you can have fun styling on everything, but nothing's really aggressive. Enemies don't hurt you when you touch them, and they kind of stand there and wait for you to combo the shit out of them. So it's not asking you to, you know, to have trouble traversing the world or getting to your goals. It's just asking you to have fun styling on everything. And it's a completely different thing, you know? And
I think that's an absolutely valid way to design a game. Like, I think Shinobi is all about how it feels. For me personally, I kind of just fell off it because the challenge wasn't really there.
100%.
You know?
Whereas Ragebound, I kept going and I had more fun with that in the end. Yeah.
But, like, I know some people, like, that's what some people want, and, like, I think that's totally fine. Like, it's still how a game feels is really important, and yes. Shinobi feels fucking amazing. Like, yes. I think that is one of the best feeling games of the entire year. Like, I think Shinobi feels better than Silksong, even though I like Silksong a lot better.
And so this is where I was about to go next, is I was going to say that, like, as we're talking about really great games and the feel of them, Silksong is a absolute hit, as it needs to be, because it's been so long. Like, that thing better be a great game. And it turns out it is. I'm not done yet. I'm currently on Act 3. And I'm working my way through, the last, so to speak, parts of the game. But of course, games like these have a way of taking... like the couch on the Simpsons bit where it just goes forever into the distance. Like, you can not hit the credits of Hollow Knight or Silksong anytime that you think you're about to. But it is one thing that I really love, is that, like, switching up your weapons in that game lead to, like, a completely different play style, and the uniqueness of that is it's a huge deal. But it also makes me see things where I'm like, oh, I was waiting for this cool kind of like melee sort of like beast claw style, and I got it. But then I was like, I hate the down thrust. I'm not using this anymore because I can't pogo properly.
What's the beast claw down thrust again?
It's a weird lunging forward spinning thing.
I couldn't.
Yeah, and then I'm like, I like the idea of healing off of these claw spikes, but I don't like the moveset. I'm going back to my my scythe, the one with the Shoryuken, So anyway,
that's the one I like as well.
Yep, it's fantastic, But it means a lot to offer that variety, and like, I kind of do wish I could, like, I'm like, I wish I could just change like one or two things about these movesets and edit them or so. But what a great game so far,
Oh, it's fantastic. And God, like, Hollow Knight was a nice looking game, but holy shit, the presentation on Silksong.
Yeah.
Fuck, dude.
Yeah. I was gonna also, just while touching on like little things, I popped in for a sponsored stream, and I checked out Ghost of Yotei, the sequel to Tsushima, and I have to say that, like, I was going like, all right, let's see what it was. I enjoyed Ghost of Tsushima, but I do remember this did, towards the end, kind of like, it was getting a bit long in the tooth, and I will say that, like, what they did this time around, like, has sold me with two really cool things right off the bat in that first session. Was one, this is taking place 300 years after Tsushima, so completely different era. This is actually around the 1600s with the Battle of Sekigahara, so there may or may not be a Musashi or a Takezo walking around in this setting, but I think one thing is your character is out for revenge, as they've been wronged, and there's an element in the intro where you kind of have to, like, paint the names of all the ones who've wronged you. You have to make your Kill Bill list, right? And you write them all along this, like, almost like a hakama, like a long cloth, and when you take out, in the intro, you take out your first of the Yotei 6, the ones who you have to go get for revenge, and after a really big cinematic fight, take your bloody katana, pull the list of names out, and wipe the blood off over the name.
Okay, it knows what it's doing. It knows what it's doing.
I'm like, yeah, all right, you got me there. I'm in, And then the second thing that I gotta say is really impressive is what was so awesome the first time around, but then dropped the ball, was the Kurosawa mode, where you'd play the game in black and white, and they really just turned on a desaturation filter. Didn't feel like they did anything to make it really feel like you're watching a Kurosawa movie, and a lot of grays blended together, and it was kind of an afterthought. It was basically just, hey, what if we made the game gray and then called that a mode, This time around, the contrast is way more sharp. Blacks are more saturated, whites are more saturated, and like things stand out a bit more, and the audio is all redubbed and has a filter on it to sound way more retro and old. The music changes.
That's so cool. Yeah.
So a scene where you walk into like a bar and a bunch of ruffians are acting up, becomes this old 50s style black and white scene where all of them sound effects are like old school. The footsteps sound old school. The dialogue is stilted, and it's incredible.
That's so cool. Wow,
it works.
I wonder how they did that. Like,
it's so phenomenal. They did a really good job this time around with it. And then they give you 2 other modes as well. You can add Mike mode, where the camera zooms in a little bit more and the blood is way more exaggerated. There's way more
cool.
There's way more mud and dirt, And then the third option is Watanabe mode, where all the music gets replaced with lo-fi,
I've heard
shampoo style hip hop, and you just ride across the countryside fighting samurai as you get the sounds of lo-fi hip hop behind you. It's incredible.
Awesome. That's so good. So I don't tend to go for like a whole lot of like AAA open world stuff. Like Assassin's Creed is like I just have no interest.
Yep.
I have heard quite a few things about Yotei that actually just kind of make me want to take a look at it.
I like that a big improvement this time around that I've heard about like the long term is that they've tightened up the game to feel a lot less repetitive as it did the first time around. You don't feel like you're doing the same missions over and over. It just feels more streamlined, and what's there is more unique. And it's better to have 10 unique missions than 80 of the same.
Oh, completely.
It's that's it. So it feels like they've improved on that side of things, and then there's some shit where you are you pause the screen and you look at your group of characters, affectionately referred to as the Wolf Pack, because there is a wolf that is in front of you, the main character. And as you sync with animals and whatnot in Tsushima, in this case, there's a wolf that's around that is in the environment that you go see sometimes. And maybe if you level up your relationship with that wolf, there might be something like when you go down, instead of dying, there's a chance that the wolf might jump in and pick you back up. And then you can upgrade that so that when the wolf picks you back up, they stay in the fight and fight alongside you.
Okay, we're good. We're good. That's fine. That'll do.
That'll do.
Yeah. I can't pretend to be like, oh, interesting. No, that's just my. And that touches on like one of my favorite gameplay mechanics that I wish more games would do, but so few does. The last gasp.
Yes.
Where it's like, okay, you just died, but you had a 1 in 6 chance of coming back, and you did.
Last breath. Mm-hmm.
Like the best of all time to me is Wii Punch Out.
Yeah.
Just
about to get knocked out, foot down,
and then you see the. It's no! Like the highlight. Yeah.
Love that.
Yeah.
I mean, part of Elden Ring, Night Rain, that thing where you're fighting with your friends and you have to attack to get them back up. Even that. But yeah, the wolf is picking you back up, Gears of War style, and then stays in the fight.
That's about the only way you could make that mechanic sicker. Like, oh my god. Well, no, that sounds cool. I hear it's beautiful as well.
Oh yeah, of course. When you leave, I mean, that's what those games are about. Everywhere you turn the camera is a wallpaper. And sure enough, like this environment of northern Japan is all that. And you're hanging out, because you're in northern Japan, with the Ainu, aka the indigenous Japanese population.
Oh, sick.
The natives that were there before, and like that's a whole different culture with different looks, sounds, textures, everything about like the Ainu I find is so awesome because it's just it's just not represented enough. We don't see enough of it, and they're really like getting into that and showing you a bit more of it. And I'm like, that's dope. I love that. You know.
Well, like it's okay. This is like the thing that always drives me mad about like this silly like diversity debates. It's like whenever this like, oh hey, this culture is like barely represented in media. It's like, oh cool, that's an opportunity to dive into their shit, what makes them the way they are, their history, their culture, their fucking like folklore and demons, and let's see some shit we've never seen before. And it's like, it's not like just a moral thing. Like it's like there's actual artistic gold to be mined here, you know?
Yes, I know that like in the end, time and most critique has not been favorable to Indivisible, but something about that game that I still praise and really loved about it was how the lore of the characters you were playing as and the demons you were fighting were monsters from Cambodian lore, Laotian lore, Filipino, Seychelles. You know, there was stuff that was like Aztec, Mexican, and also South American as well. Like, it was so cool at just getting into a bunch of like characters, actions, weapons, and demons that were otherwise untapped, unexplored stuff in fiction. You know?
Yeah, I was talking to Garant Giguk a while back, and he was kind of taking me through this. He did this like gorgeous like anime short, which is like fucking an incredible achievement for someone outside that system to be able to like make something cool in that system. But he was telling me like a lot of it kind of drew on like his culture, and he said that, and then he showed me this dragon like piece of concept art, and I was like, I have never seen something that looks like that. Like, I have never seen like a kind of dragon type creature, and it was so fucking cool. So yeah, I definitely feel you on that. Woolie, couldn't help notice that you said that you did Yotei as part of a stream. Does this mean you're back in the game?
This means that I might have been my rumors of my death have been greatly exaggerated.
Because I was counting up the months, and I was like, Punch Girl's probably like able to take care of herself at this point.
yes, the baby has not destroyed me. But no, I'm starting to squeeze back in some streaming days, I'm starting to slowly bring things back. And yeah, we over at the Woolie Versus channel, the retour has occurred. I'm coming back in, a little bit once we started once a week doing these Monday chill streams, right? So the format has changed a little bit. I'm just going to be on Mondays hanging out with Reggie and the chat, talking, chopping it up, getting into whatever, seeing how everything's going. And we're gonna just sort of have a relaxed, start of the week. It's been a lot of fun. We're also streaming on YouTube now, which is brand new. Before it was just on Twitch, and I've just started the multi-streaming thing. So there's a whole new community of folks out there that are jumping in on the YouTube side of things, and with that comes like some new interesting changes, I guess, to the way that channel's gonna work. So we're gonna have our Monday hangouts, and we're gonna have games on like Wednesdays and themes on Thursdays and stuff, and we're gonna kind of just figure it out from here. But I am now kind of starting to get my foot back into the game, as the baby time is going to, sometimes it'll increase, sometimes it'll decrease. I'm still feeling it out, but I'm slowly starting to add more time. For example, this week has been a stream, a chill stream, and then I recorded Castle Super Beast, and then I'm recording Versus Wolf. So like this has been a 3 workday week, which is the most I've been able to do. So we're trying to see if this works, for example. But yeah, that's back over on Woolie Versus. So come check out the new stuff we're doing over there. It's a fun time.
Yeah, absolutely. Woolie, while we're plugging stuff, I just want to say that we have a brand new spooky season drop over at eyepatchwolves.com. Check out this shit.
Yeah, zombie.
You got a zombie
shake
t-shirt. Yep. And maybe Fox
awesome.
will put the trailer there. And I also just want to say that the day this podcast goes out, barring any unexpected catastrophe, I will be at the Lucca Comics and Games Festival over in Italy.
Let's go.
And so if you are on the European continent, I'm there, and you can come hang out with me. If you check my Blue Sky, I will put my schedule out, and I'm going to be signing copies of my new book. Thank you again to everyone who picked one up. You cannot buy it right now. Let that be a fucking lesson. Next time I tell you it's available, maybe you'll listen. But it will be available at some point in the near future. So just thank you, everyone. I appreciate the hell out of it. That book succeeded, and I was scared it wouldn't. So thank you. But
I gotta say, every time I see one of your shirts, I feel like the Eyepatch Wolves color scheme just makes me want a popsicle. I kind of
mission accomplished.
Yeah,
mission accomplished.
Yeah, popsicle craving right off the bat.
So okay, Woolie, real quick, I wanted to talk about Final Fantasy Tactics a little bit.
Yes.
Have you ever played this game?
I have tried to get into Tactics many times over my life because I have had tons of friends recommend it as the best Tactics game ever and their favorite RPGs of all time. And so I have tried and started classic PlayStation Tactics 3 times, and I didn't get further. I didn't keep going. And then the remake on PlayStation Portable came out, and I started that. Didn't go too far in. I put more time into Tactics Advance, which I was playing on the go on my Game Boy Advance. But Tactics has always been a background thing. And it's not that I bounced off. It's more just like time was rough, and it required huge time commitments that I just didn't have. But
Definitely.
I was kind of, I know you have to kind of go for a little bit and let it hook in. But
yeah, I would say it does. Not that it doesn't make the strongest first impression. It doesn't start off in a high gear. Like, especially the first battle does very little to show you the actual tactical depth of that game. But yeah, so I picked up the recent remaster, and this is like my favorite kind of remaster, where it's not a remake, they're not doing anything insane. They are just polishing up the game in a way that, like, it all the, like... So I guess when I played the original, I felt like there was things where it's like, okay, I think this team was working with a limited budget. These FMVs look nowhere close to your, like, Final Fantasy 7s or 8s or anything like that. And, there's a lot of it that just feels a little mushy, a little kind of, people trying to work around limits. And I feel like all this remaster has really done visually is release those limits and made it presentable. Everything is kind of beautiful and sharp, and they've added voice acting, and it's actually, when I initially heard that, I was like, no, I don't want voice acting. It's actually stellar. It's great voice acting.
I've heard that this is also one of those remasters where, like, there's like the true to the original version that has just a better version of the old game with fat voice acting and such, but there's also like the War of the Lions version, which had like newer content. That's a different release that was included too. And I don't know enough about Tactics to know which versions are being taken from, because I know there's some discussion among the hardcore community where not everyone is happy with every aspect of what's been ported, and there are some odd choices. I don't know enough about it to know. And like one shame is there is a really famous line where one character says to another, "Blame yourself or God." And that's been changed to "blame yourself or the Father." Okay. And I think "blame yourself or God" just hits so much harder. Yeah. But that said, I think the writing is actually great. But yeah, I also heard that like the director on the team came out and basically said they lost a lot of the files of the original back in the day with Square, and they didn't archive them because they just didn't give a shit about doing so. So they had to go to the internet to find the old data for the game to use in this remaster, which is just so insane to me because it's like,
I mean,
there's so many.
Emulation is a moral imperative for the industry at this point.
It's just so crazy that so many older companies feel no obligation towards like archiving stuff, you know, or like preservation of data for the future. Like they don't
I have
care.
heard stories about the like raw code for a game, like the only like existence of its development being like stored in like ceiling tiles.
Yes,
because they're just like, well, what the fuck do we do with this? We'll just put it somewhere where no one's going to mess with it.
Working in pre-mastering is the department in QA, that the person that's responsible for burning builds of games, and their job is to, once the game is done being made, to make a final archive version disc and put that somewhere. And many companies lose that. The person who made it got fired or quit, and they just didn't care where the data was. Or in some cases, with dev kits back in the day, they would just overwrite the data. Instead of buying new things, they would just go like, no, we don't have time. We don't have space for that. Make the new game and just erase all the things from the last game. You know, I feel like there's a recent, people have been kind of, I forgot the word. There's a word in Japanese for like this feeling of kind of like, yeah, forget that past stuff. If we want to do it again, we'll just bring it. We'll do it again. But don't let your memories guide you here or whatever. We're moving on.
Okay.
It's not important, you know? And it's just like, oh my God, emulation fucking matters. Preservation of this stuff matters, man.
I always thought this stuff was fucking insane. I was like, would you not just back it up properly and have like a workable version? But Woolie, when I started making video essays, like, you can save a video very easily. A large-scale Premiere project of like an hour and a half video with its 800, not like thousands of different media associated. That's an entirely different prospect. And like, it takes planning, it takes file management, and like, it's a pain in the ass, and it locks up your computer for like several hours. And I didn't do it. And I stopped. And it's like, okay, making a game must be like that times 100, and that's why people don't do it.
Assets and code are a different thing to store than just the final version, certainly. But then you get these weird things where you're just like, yeah, okay, so every game on the Neo Geo 64, just all of that information is gone. Those games, they don't have the code to anymore. That is a wiped thing from existence. And then you have companies that come along like Bluepoint, where they're like, okay, we didn't get any source code, but we were able to remake this by just playing the original and eyeballing it, you know? And that's how we made our remake.
So I've heard from like making of stuff before that is actually kind of the way to go, because as soon as you take old code and start trying to do new stuff it wasn't designed for, it gets awkward and weird. But yeah, it's really fascinating. I don't remember how we got here. Oh, Final Fantasy Tactics. Yeah, look, it's the kind of thing where I've been hearing for years how this is one of the best Final Fantasy games, how it's some people's favorite game of all time. I spent 8 hours with it and went, yep, checks out. Everyone was right. And I've really, really been enjoying it. That game is political in a way that is shocking for a 90s RPG.
So I hear...
Like, to the point that like there's all these memes where people have photoshopped screenshots for like making it like even more political. But honestly, like a lot of the shit in it, you know, it's about like, you get this spiel early on about how, you know, basically all the veterans coming back from this war now have nowhere to go and no jobs to return to. And it's like, fuck, man. Okay, we're doing stuff here, and it's all about class, and it's great. It's really, really good. The actual gameplay mechanics are like rock solid as well. So just, it's a great package. Like, it's really, really good.
I also love, because, you know, I'm playing some Tactics Advance. I love that like Ivalice as a setting is like a thing that they've come back to. You know, judges are like this really cool concept and design that you see in like some of the other Final Fantasy games, and you know, we can forever debate about like Marsh, your protag, your Final Fantasy Advanced protag, and whether or not what he's doing is the right thing. You know?
Okay, give me. I'm not familiar with Advance. What are the cliff notes of Marsh?
Well, I'm going to get some of this wrong because like I didn't fully go through it myself, but the ideas of essentially there being a character that is wheelchair bound in the real world and going into the fake world allows them to like have their freedom to walk again and to live and enjoy life in a way that like, nope, your protagonist is like, I'm bringing you back to reality. You cannot live in this false world, even if it means things are going to be worse for you over here. Which is a debate to have, you know, and so there's a whole. Yeah, I know. Let's not even get into the thing we're thinking of.
I would just like to bring up Olivia from Fear and Hunger 2. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you're aware, Woolie. There is a wheelchair user in Fear and Hunger 2, and the wheelchair is part of her gameplay.
Interesting. Okay.
And it rules.
That's cool.
It's so cool.
Yes, that's
you
good.
But yeah. So yeah, that does it for the banter section of the podcast, which brings us to Woolie. We got a Patreon.
Yes, we.
Now, Woolie, let me ask you, why would anyone want to subscribe to our Patreon? What would even the point of that be?
I mean, listen, if you are somebody who rightfully is just like, if you're trying to not get this type of bullshit in your ears twice a month, I understand. That's a completely reasonable way to go about your life.
It's valid.
However, some of you out there, some of you freaks are looking to get a little bit more.
There's some sick people out there.
And you're looking for a little bit more of this. And if you are somebody who likes to see us taking damage, because a lot of the times conversations unintentionally just get really real when we go over to the lounge.
It does happen, I'm going to say, more than it should.
Unplanned. Unplanned. When
we hang out in real life, that doesn't happen as much. Something
about that lounge just makes the you know, we open up the doors and we open up our hearts.
Yeah. And it's some of the best conversations we've ever had. But yeah, sometimes it's like the mouth-washing episode or the BoJack episode.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck, man. Yeah.
So that's why even just now when you were like going like, oh, I got a good question from somebody to talk about, and I was kind of like, the weight of that question was so heavy that I'm like, we should probably talk about that in the lounge where we have the space to, you know, to get into it, because we're basically breaking ourselves down as people and you know, talking about the things that, I don't know, make us what we are to some degree. So shit gets crazy over there.
Yeah, it does.
And then other times we just, you know, argue about the correct endings to things. So
well, one of us talks about like the actual way the game is meant to make you feel, and the other person has some like fucking opinion seizure or something. I don't know.
Did you see everyone how I softballed? I softballed it over underhand, and then John was like, so yes, indeed, we do have a second episode every month for you guys. You can check it out at patreon.com/Versus Wolves podcast. And when you jump on over there,
if you've been holding off on the podcast, if you've been waiting for that intermission lounge sack to get good and full of episodes, you have hours of the most delightful content waiting for you.
Absolutely. And should we tease what we're cooking, or should we just let that hit the timelines and have maximum impact?
I think we can tease, and I guess, I don't know about you, Woolie, but it's very common to me that someone asks, like, it would be great to see you and Woolie do a tabletop RPG. Would it? Anyway.
All right.
We got a question here from Suoli. Suoli? Dear artist formerly known as Ice Force. I regret that more every day. Is there anything you'd like to recommend but is too short or insignificant for recommend or die? Like a single song or video or something? I don't know.
Yes, I think so. There are times where I struggle with the breadth of what a recommend should be. And I always also think of, I'm always somebody that's also just like, I know like when we're both busy, I don't want to put like too long of a thing up, but sometimes it's good. Great shit is really long. But yeah, there's weird stuff where I don't know how to make it a thing. And we kind of had a little bit of that when we did the live show. You know, someone recommended a song, for example.
I've been reading the fantasy book that person asked me to read. I just keep forgetting to bring it up because we only do this podcast once a month.
There you go.
I'm reading the book. I'm reading it. It's interesting. I like it. I'm sorry it took me 10 months to remember, but I'm doing it.
Okay, so something that I would love to recommend, but it's not enough to make it a recommend in a weird way, is I found there are like I remember one time I was talking about my favorite toys back in the day on first Woolie Versus, and looking up like old shows and stuff. I found a channel that was essentially someone took VHS recordings of commercials between cartoon shows of the channels I used to watch as a kid back in the day, and just wave after wave of the vibes of what it was like watching cartoons, and the commercials for everything that would be on during that block were you can't describe it. And I was like, I want to recommend you watch like a VHS tape collection of old commercials you used to watch as a kid. You know what I mean? Like, I just like
I do know what you mean. I feel like there's a way you could work that though, you know?
Yeah, like you have to get the source of it, and like in this case, the channel is YTV, which is the Canadian kids TV network. But like, you know, finding a way to just like make that like just go back and check out all this shit from the past, and like even like going from like a Micro Machines to a GI Joe commercial to to Mighty Max.
I went down a Mighty Max rabbit hole recently, very similar to what you're talking about.
Right, and then you get to a My Little Pony commercial, and then a Cabbage Patch Kids, and then you're like, and great, and we now return to SWAT cats. You know, and you're just like, I just want, you know, that, like, I'm like, I don't know how to package that exactly. But
so
it's all I always
reminds.
Oh no,
Sorry,
I was going to say that like when I recommended Cyber 6, what was really fun is in the recordings that were online of Cyber 6, the credits would cut into what was coming up next, you know, on the TV show back in the day. So you got a little feeling of that, you know, it's in the air, but I don't know how to make this a thing, you know. That kind of was what I thought of.
So I worry at some point this is me retreating into some kind of cocoon, but there's a part of me lately where like I got a TV over there now, and I have like a couch in front of it and stuff, and I was like, there's times where like I could kind of position that TV to be in this screen, and I was like, oh, what could I have on it? And then I was thinking, what if I tracked down all the old shows that were on like Cartoon Network, and so like Outlaw Star, Sailor Moon, Dragon Ball, and I got a bunch of those episodes, and I just had them on a server playing on random.
That's
so
great.
That every time I turn on that TV, it's on a random episode of this thing.
That's great.
And I think we're kind of reaching for similar experiences there.
Right. Now the one.
No, you go ahead.
No, the one you're describing in particular has always been interesting to me because as a Canadian, I never got. There's a big one that our audience has that I don't think you or I have, but it sounds like you kind of had a part of it because you mentioned Cartoon Network. Watching cartoons on Adult Swim and watching cartoons on Toonami, right? Anime on Toonami is like a big thing, and watching the little like astronaut guy with Steve Bloom's voice.
So
right?
I had him all right.
Okay, I got none of that. I have no connection.
Oh, dude, Toonami was the shit.
right? It was not only like age, it was also just like country. And then same thing for like Space Ghost, in between shows and stuff like that, hosting and all that. So all of this is like there's a whole thing to like watching dubs, watching Western dubs of anime, and then on a block of afternoon stuff. I'm like, I didn't get that, but I know a lot of people consumed anime that way, and that's a big formative thing,
But like, okay, here's the thing, Woolie. Like, I struggle with the actual question here because we just got that much out of a little shred.
Yeah.
Of this kind of nostalgic kind of content, and that's without even engaging with it. And so I feel like one of the biggest joys of doing this podcast for me is kind of realizing that we can spin like anything.
Yeah. But although it would be funny to be like, combo breaker, I've already experienced the Disney afternoon. I was 12 years old when I watched Gargoyles.
I guess so, but we also, we've talked about the concept of consensual combo allowance.
Yes,
where you're like, I could combo break.
I'm letting go of the stick. Yeah, letting it happen.
But in terms of like
just
stuff that. In terms of stuff that like, so I have played with the idea, but see, I think this would actually work. I think this would actually be good. And like, I have a bunch of ideas here and I don't want to give them away. I've played with the idea of like, okay, what about picking a particular character from a fighting game and being like, Woolie, you have to play this character and attempt to get to this rank.
Oh.
But I think the problem is that I think that would be a more interesting section with someone less versed in fighting games. Because I know you're going to get in there and you're already so familiar with the mechanics of a fighting game. It doesn't matter who I pick, It's like, I could pick 11 from Third Strike and you'd be fine,
I think the genre depends. I think the journey depends. There's quite a few things to that, like...
Yeah, and I'm just talking about like getting niche.
Sure.
But I don't think there's anything really too niche because it just depends on how you set it up.
Okay.
Like, what I will be recommending this episode is something that I've wanted to recommend for a little bit, but it needed some conditions. And I have found those conditions.
Okay. What I have for this episode is really weird, and I don't know if it's going to work, but I'm going to see what happens.
Hey, it's the best shit. But I mean, like, you recommended me a meal,
Yes.
So, yeah. But thank you for the question, Suli, and thank you to all our patrons for making this podcast viable.
Much
but like, genuinely, like we neither me and Woolie have an excess of free time. Woolie has a new child. I recently got a new couch, which is not quite as big a deal, but it's still I think it's still but like, thank you. It does make this possible.
I can't wait for her to in the future be able to access this and see like how many mundane objects and activities her existence has been compared to as this bit is prolonged. The longer this bit goes on, the more her existence is parallel to fucking a couch, a video coming out.
It's a nice couch. It's modular, Woolie.
Yep.
It comes in 2 parts.
Speaking of keeping this podcast viable, why don't we take a quick moment to thank our sponsors? John, I'm hearing that your investments are not doing so well.
Yeah, we kind of talked last episode about the dude down the track, and I listened to you. I listened to nearly all your advice. So that's not what I'm doing no more. That was bad. That was a silly idea.
All right. Can't be trusted.
So this month I remembered what you said about investing. I remember what you said about putting your money in your future, and I have been buying an excessive amount of growth hormone, and The idea being that the cash I have can become biological mass within me.
Okay.
And so, Woolie, I'm going to be straight. I don't feel very well.
Okay.
But I don't know. What else am I meant to do with my money, you know?
So this sounds like you are spending quite a bit every month on a regular basis here. Do you have any idea how much this is costing you?
No, that stuff's too complicated for me. I'm not really interested. Like, it's not a small amount, Wooly. Like, you're not going to get a good human growth hormone for like less than $400 a pop. You know.
So Rocket Money is a very useful service for helping you unsubscribe from unwanted subscription services and keeping track of your finances, right?
Yeah, Wooly, because the human growth people, they're like aggressive and like they kind of scare me, and I don't want to.
Now, well, here's the thing, is if there's a service that you're using that is complicated to unsubscribe from or that you forgot about signing up for, Rocket Money can help you unsubscribe from that, and they can make the process simple. But I don't know how you unsubscribe from injecting yourself with... I don't know how if the subscription is currently in your bloodstream, I don't know how Rocket Money, can they get into your bloodstream and cancel the growth hormones that are currently beating through your heart?
We would need to check the app, but I think maybe if I can just have a way to monitor my money better, maybe I can avoid some of these. Really, like my foot swelled up like 4 times.
Okay, all right. Let's start with keeping track of how you're spending. Let's take a look.
Okay.
If you simply get Rocket Money, you can very easily, in a few clicks, take a look at how your spending is going. You can see services that you might have subscribed to that you've forgotten about. If something has renamed itself, so if your growth hormone company renames itself to I don't know, human AI or whatever, who knows what the names are these days. There's all kinds of trends and swerves.
I've been thinking about getting into AI.
If you can inject yourself with it, right? Now we might be cooking. No, listen.
Okay.
Rocket Money can help you find out what you're subscribed to that you don't need to be subscribed to anymore. It's really wild how you can watch your money disappear very quickly while a couple subscriptions here and a couple subscriptions there are just pulling out.
Yeah, Wooly, I think I'm still subscribed to the guy down the track as well. I didn't want to stay at the start of the segment, but he's still got his
Greg Streets or whatever his name was, whatever he's going by these days. Okay, listen. Are you sure? Are you sure that he's not behind the growth hormone company as well? The
two guys look real similar, Wooly.
You need to just get Rocket Money and
get Rocket Money. Okay,
listen,
okay, I will.
Users have saved over $2.5 billion, including over 800 million in canceled subscriptions alone. 10 million members have saved up to $740 per year when using all of the app's premium features. So yeah, if you could use a personal finance app to help you cancel unwanted subscriptions, monitor spending, and help you lower your bills and grow your savings, this would be a good time to do it, and this would be a great way to do it.
Okay, this is all a massive relief to hear, honestly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now the extraction process of draining your blood and the humors in your body, which they may or may not believe in, might be painful. However, I think at the end, if you can reach your financial goals faster, it'll be worth it. So
that would help.
Okay.
Yes, I think so.
So just make sure that you're ready to unsubscribe from all the things that you might have forgotten about. And if you wake up and see your leg, pulsating, perhaps that company should not be one you continue to give your money to.
Yeah, every morning it's seeming like a worse and worse decision, Wooly. But yeah.
Cancel your unwanted subscriptions. Reach your financial goals faster with Rocket Money. Go to rocketmoney.com/VSWolves today. That's rocketmoney.com/versuswolves. One more time, rocketmoney.com/versuswolves. Thank you, Rocket Money.
Thanks, Rocket Money.
Okay. This episode is also sponsored by Brooklyn Bedding. Now, the importance of a good, cozy bed or bed top is not lost on us, right?
No, absolutely not.
As someone I've hurt my back a couple times being irresponsible with my mattress selection, there's a lot of problems that you can run into if you're not careful in getting yourself a nice quality mattress. And Brooklyn Bedding is a great handcrafted company that does all that. No middlemen, no gimmicks, just top tier quality mattresses that are very soft and comfortable to sleep on. However, never mind all that. Have you seen what has been happening with smart mattresses that have been struggling because there are people who have noticed that, hey, the Amazon Web Services has gone down, and that means that my mattress cannot connect to the server. And when my mattress cannot connect to the server, but it still is connected to my Wi-Fi, it doesn't know what to do. So when my bed is stuck in the upright position, I can't put it back to being flat. Or if my bed is currently heating, it continues to heat up because it can't contact the servers that
I don't want a computer in my mattress. I don't want a computer in my mattress. You know what I want in my mattress? A fucking mattress!
There are people who are reporting that their beds are continuing to overheat because the servers went down. There are people who are discovering that their bricked beds are bricked. It's crazy to live in this Internet of Things and see
every day we stray further from God's light.
Folks, all I need to tell you is that if you sleep hot, you got Brooklyn Bedding with their comfortable, keep you cool materials like their Glaciotex and Copperflex foam. That's all nice and dandy. I can tell you about the fact that they've got a 120-night comfort trial, so if you don't like it for any reason, you can return it or swap it hassle-free. That's all fine. But quite simply, in this world of treacherous mattresses that can fold you in half and cook you like a panini... because your server went down.
I've never looked at a mattress and thought, well, what if the AI could also kill me while I was asleep?
It's so crazy. It's so crazy that all I have to say this month is, yeah, guys, just a nice quality mattress that's good and sleeps nice.
But mattress tech is its own thing. Like comfort tech, how it feels on your body, like how the materials physically react to you, all that shit's super important, and that's where your money should go. Not on literally giving your mattress homicidal capabilities.
But mine is on the new Wi-Fi though that goes extra fast, so it's good because my mattress I can't go to bed. My firmware is updating. This is.
And if you pay an extra 200, actually, not okay.
Yeah,
not even going to say it. Not even going to say it,
folks. Stop it. All right, you don't need to get all bent up and literally.
Do not allow your mattress the means to express its murderous intent. Instead, go to Brooklyn Bedding, which sells safe, normal, good mattresses.
That's it. If you're not sure what sizes, what styles, you can take their sleep quiz, and in under 2 minutes, they can find you the perfect match of a normal, good quality mattress that will be comfortable for you and work well for your exact sleep situation. So that's it. Go to brooklynbedding.com and use our promo code WOLVES at checkout, and you'll get 30% off site-wide. That's an offer not available anywhere else. brooklynbedding.com, promo code WOLVES, and you'll get 30% off site-wide. Support the show. Let them know we sent you after checkout as well. One more time, Brooklyn, BEDDING.com, and the promo code is WOLVES. Thank you, Brooklyn Bedding.
Thanks, Brooklyn Bedding. Woolie, I think I found a more precise answer for that question earlier. about media that's too slight to recommend. Something actually did hit me.
Okay.
And this could never really work, I think, in several different ways. One of my favorite pieces of media of all time is the Rock Austin promo for WrestleMania 17. Not the match, the promo.
You don't say.
Yeah.
Which version? The version that includes the "I need to beat you" Rock more than anything in my life, but also the Deborah cut in?
See, that's the struggle.
That's the struggle.
That's my Sophie's choice. Because I don't need the Deborah cut in. It doesn't add anything to the story. But yeah.
But it has that moment. Yes.
It has "I need to beat you" Rock.
Would you believe, folks, we studied the tapes? Yeah. There's also something a little bit weird. Just as we're touching on that, I had a thought the other day about how how ridiculous of an episode that was at Woolie versus John. And then we're just like, and now back to life. Like a special event occurred, and then like, okay, all right, and here we go.
We have both punched each other in the skull.
Anyway,
and it was the happiest I've ever been. So you know what? I love that episode. That is like my favorite episode of Versus Wolves. And sometimes I'm listening to my music on shuffle, and whoa, and I'm right back there. I'm like, yeah.
Imagine just like I flew to another country and I punched you in the face, and it registers as barely a blip that goes in the silent abyss. Yeah.
Oh, speaking of recommendations, Woolie, oh boy. So last week or last month on this podcast, we had two little scenarios where a little racism came up, and I dodge rolled left, and a little racism came up, and I dodge rolled right. And now this month, I look up and I find myself in the Orenstein and Smo of racism.
Yeah, baby, let's go.
Oh no!
It's time to revisit the Boondocks. Oh. This is what I've been sitting on in the back of my brain for a minute.
Okay, Woolie, I fully believe that you love the show and this is an important show to you. I just want to know what percentage of this recommendation is putting me in a slightly difficult conversation.
Okay. It's important, I think, that a part of this show is it's not just out of your comfort zone. It's also like this show is a strange, bizarre cross-section of so many things. And now it's become kind of normal if you know people kind of like me, or like, I don't know, that anime black kid that you might know. But there was a time when we were not unified. We had no organization. There were some people that were like, yo, that Wu-Tang shit is really dope, and I love all the references to Shaw Brothers movies, but there wasn't necessarily a banner that like, yo, anime black kids were flying. You know what I mean? It was a strange group that every once in a while you'd see someone out there and you'd be like, whoa, hey, yo, wait, hold up, are we? Yeah? And and then you'd click. But it was just like ships in the night, we didn't know. And I mean, when I say this show is formative, I mean, Reboot was formative for me growing up young. There were like things that had an effect on me, and like this is one of the ones. This is a formative experience from my 20s. This is a later in life, still growing up, but like I'm past high school formative experience of just like there are other people that are into the same shit, that have a similar sense of humor, that are kind of like you, that are in this weird space that we're trying to figure out right now. And I think that showing you a glimpse of that, even if you have no idea how to interface with it, putting that in front of you is important. And I know you had an idea of what the Boondocks was before this, and you said you always kind of wanted to go see more. I'm curious what it was to you beforehand and what it is after the fact.
Okay, we can definitely get into all that, and I would say I definitely did find ways to interface with this show, but I also just want to throw up front here that Boondocks goes into a lot of stuff, particularly around black culture and black people, and this show was not made for me, and I do not have the cultural understanding to interpret parts of it correctly. Okay? So I might get stuff wrong here. Okay.
Yeah. That's not.
But I do want to say, okay, I'm willing to be brave here and take a stance. Racism, I'm not a fan. Not for me.
So what I recommend, listen,
not for me, Woolie.
That is a bold.
Thank
take.
you.
That is a bold take. That's brave of you. And you know, I kind of, when I threw this recommend out there, I'm glad that it was like met with like, oh yeah, let's go. And admittedly, it's because part of that is because I set up just an idea that was then, we swerved into something fun and nice like this. The idea of taking on awkward, I don't belong here racism discussion, being the like, oh phew, at least I don't have to play Reboot.
Well, if a bunch of other white people came up to me and were like, do you want to go do some racisms? I'd be like, no, I don't.
There you go. Mm-hmm. And you also didn't look and ask me, Woolie, are you setting me up? Is this is this an elaborate prank of sorts to catch you slipping? I think that we will have to see how iTunes and YouTube and Spotify and all these places handle quotations being dropped liberally as we discuss this show.
I definitely don't believe that this was any kind of prank on your part entirely, because I can watch this show and I can see you in it. This is a similar experience to Reboot, where it's literally like, oh, like, you're probably gonna love this. There was so much Huey Freeman that reminded me of you.
Yo, okay.
And the particular way that like you kind of hold yourself and approach situations. Like there was genuine moments where I was like, man, okay, Woolie is in this.
So I Frame 1, because I didn't read the comics back in the day. I didn't read the newspaper comics.
This was a comic?
It used to be a newspaper comic strip, right?
Oh, wow.
Black Charlie Brown, right? What if Charlie Brown was a like Black Panther, like liberational, like revolutionary that reads,
whoa,
that reads the material and has a whole lot of history behind it. But it's like that's what it came from. That's what Aaron Magruder, the original artist, was doing. But then it got adapted into this show, and it's a little something different, But so I didn't read too much of the comic back in the day, but for me it was just seeing the show. And yeah, Frame 1, I am the stone that the builder refused. I am the visual. The intro starts up and you get the vibe of like this show, and you see Huey as Che Guevara on the poster, and then you see Riley as Scarface, and then Grandpa doing his two-step, and he's got the belt, and I'm like, all right, established. It does such quick work to.
So okay, you like being like a young black dude in your like early 20s or whatever, what was that first hit of Boondocks like for you?
It was like, when I say formative, it's crazy. I had no idea that, like, I mean, again, I have, like, you have friends and cousins and people that you're into that are just like a couple of friends that I have that had a similar experience growing up, where, like, yeah, our parents pulled out the belt and we got licks when we messed around, but also we're playing video games. Also, we're into anime, and like into anime, all like I have other friends, and I have other black friends as well that are into like anime and into cartoons and all this stuff. But like, there's only a couple that are like, okay, no, wait, like I know a little bit of Japanese because I've been watching and the anime and then listening to the OST afterwards, you know? And then I know that voice actor, and then I recognize that voice actor in a different show that I went to watch. And then I went and I played some Japanese games, and then I'm like, oh shit, like a bit of that culture is kind of coming in more, you know? Like there's particular people that I met in college and stuff like that where I was like, oh, we're connecting on a different level here, where we have the same hobbies, but we also have the same upbringing, and we have this kind of like, you know, parents that still have a strong island accent, you know, which is, you know, it's a little different too, because, you know, being like a Canadian with West Indian parents is not the same as being African American, you know, with like a couple generations that are like here, you know. But there is definitely this kind of, you know, black geek energy that this show kind of has, that also is satirizing and making the same kind of jokes that we used to laugh hard at Chappelle's Show, and how that was formative. Right? That was a shockwave across culture, period. Everyone was quoting that show and how funny it was. And then this was like having moments like that, but like getting more specific when you'd be like pulling in little things to like a Ninja Scroll reference here or there, you know, and or getting into like the dystopian experience of like watching BET for too long, and just how you're like, what the fuck am I looking at? Like, why? What is wrong with, you know? And just like there's all these little things that it's like, oh shit, okay, this is a feeling, this is a joke, this is a little like some shit I'd be joking with my friends over, except, you know, now we're giving it a vehicle, you know, and then we're also just unapologetically gonna be writing a script that just be like, yeah, man, niggas be wildin', shit's crazy out here, dude, you know. It is how it is. And then you also have the all of that is like something to relate to, and I'm like, I can't believe this exists. But then you also have the fun commentary of this is a bunch of black kids growing up, pulled out of Chicago, put into a suburban environment, surrounded by white people that are dropping lines on Huey in the first episode like, wow, you speak so well, which I literally got as a kid from...
Seriously?
Yes, I literally had that moment from white people at church who were like, look, you're so articulate. And I actually, like, I'm looking at this going, I can't believe the punchline of this moment where Huey's like staring at the camera like, can you believe this, bitch? And I'm like, I've been there, you know? So yeah, it's crazy to see that animated and wrapped up and packaged into this show. Just to front load it before we even get to the funny shit, you know?
So
it's the meme. It's Leonardo DiCaprio going, oh, hey, pointing at the thing, you know? It's Spider-Man. Yeah. It's that.
So I have this really vivid memory of when I was like in my late teens, and I was standing in like a HMV or like an old like DVD shop or whatever. And in one hand I had Home Movies, the complete season, and in the other I had Boondocks season 1, and just being like, oh, which of these should I get? Like, which of these should I... And I went with Home Movies, and I love Home Movies, and Home Movies is great, and who knows, maybe someday something we might even revisit on this show. But after watching it, I am kind of, in a way, sad I didn't pick Boondocks, because I know I really would have fallen in love with it. And then another part of me is happy I didn't pick it, because I don't think I understood at that age that there were quotes in this show that were not for me to quote.
I mean, I don't think as well too. At the time, so much of this conversation is going to be load bearing. Load. It's going to be load bearing at the time is a huge part of this, right? Because the time it came out is, for better and for worse, super relevant to this conversation. Not everything ages well, right? When you go back to this show.
No, there's definitely parts of it that don't age well. But I guess one of the things that really kind of bothers me is that I feel like if Boondocks came out now, like I think there would be more uproar over it. Like, I think it would be more controversial, like from a fucking woke bullshit, like from that angle, you know?
Well, here's the thing, right? I mean, we're gonna jump all over the place, but the way because for one thing, it's like, hey, this shit is, you go back, and a part of me recommending this as I went to rewatch it myself, coming through it in preparation for this month, a little bit of me was like, oh, okay, let's see what this is like. Like I'm like, how is it? What's it gonna be like? And I'm still dying and cracking up. But I'm like, absolutely, I do recall that this shit's full of homophobia. Because guess what? A bunch of black culture was full of homophobia, and still is to this day. And that shit sucks.
So, it is, and like not to excuse it, but what I would say is that I do find like a lot of the homophobia is localized to Riley. So this is a show about like two black siblings. You have Huey and you have Riley. Huey is like this semi like revolutionary, like he's very political.
Not
he's
semi.
very for the cause. Yeah.
He's named after the founder of the Black Panthers.
Oh,
Huey P. Newton.
that's
like,
awesome.
like literally, he is the most. Yeah.
And then Riley, his brother, is like, Woolie, would you like to describe Riley?
Riley is just that. Riley is the absurdity of an 8-year-old that has been all conditioned with like basically as much gangster movies and as much like gangster rap as possible. And like drill didn't exist at the time, but he would be into drill rap more than anything if he were around, if it were today. It's the ridiculousness of a child way too young being exposed to material way above his age grade and internalizing that into a personality.
Yeah. And I think both Huey and Riley are very pronounced parts of black culture, but like nearly opposite ends of the spectrum.
Yes. Basically, Huey representing the enlightened, quote unquote, well-read, but sometimes and often condescending nature of being like, a little holier than thou, but believing that, we got to fight, and this is the only way forward is to burn down what's in front of us. And Riley being representative of the ignorant ass, just money, bitches, power, cash rules everything around me. Let's go, Scarface, mentality. That is a lot more just, ain't nobody got time to fucking worry about the revolution. I'm just trying to stack my cheddar, trying to make this paper go, And again, the ridiculousness is that these are two 8-year-old children that are,
Yeah, like one is quoting revolutionary speech, the other is doing everything he can to try and get in with rappers and make money. And
so in the original comic strip too, like Huey would be basically the voice of Aaron Magruder, who like the few of them that I did read would often just be like him essentially, being like, he'd use the comic as an excuse to be like one comic was like, hey teacher, I got a question, it's a math question, and then he describes how like I'm gonna fuck up the quote on this, but let me see if I can pull it up a little bit here. We have time to do this. I only have this in the form of, I'm going to see if I can find a better thing of it, but there's a comic strip in the form of, I guess someone has it in video format here. I'm just going to send you this, but it's Riley from the comic, Huey from the comic book going, Teacher, I have a math question. Let's say a record label gives a new artist a 6-figure advance against royalties, but that advance doesn't cover all the costs to make his CD, which he has to pay, right? And then they give the artist an 8% royalty, which doesn't allow him to cover the advance, leaving him bankrupt and enslaved to the record label, even though they had made a profit off his CD. And the teacher's like, sigh, yes. My question is, how many tons of explosives should we use to blow up the RIAA when they say that they're shutting down Napster to protect artists' rights? Okay, no more questions for today, Huey. You know, like, and it was basically just like, okay, we got beef against this moment where Napster's getting shut down because we know they're full of shit, and Aaron Magruder is using this comic strip to kind of explain that, you know? Just to say that, like, that's kind of what it was about there. And I think a part of the show too is that, like, we knew, and some of us all are a little bit of Huey and a little bit of Riley. There's that part of you that's just like, sometimes you're like, yeah, that track is dope though, right? Fuck it. And sometimes you're like, I can't believe this is ignorant. What is going on? Like, why is my family acting like this?
I think if you were to boil those two characters down to their core, like, philosophy or, like, core belief, it would be, let's think about this and fuck it.
Yeah. And part of I just remembered what I was gonna say earlier, is that, like, the stuff that doesn't work as much, or the stuff that would be controversial and things that were a bit wild, are wild about the show, is the fact that, like, while there's takes on the black community in this show that I disagree with and that I'm not that I find I'm not there with you, it went for it. It was not, they were not cowards about it. They swung.
No.
Right?
No. Well, I mean, this show starts swinging from minute one when the first piece of dialogue is Huey being like, what was it? Jesus was black, 9/11 was an inside job.
Jesus was black, Ronald Reagan is the devil, and the government is lying to us about 9/11. Right? And then everyone goes, ah! And then then Granddad wakes him up, and it's just like, Huey, you having that dream where you're making the white people right again? And it's just like, yeah, Granddad, I told them the truth. And it's like, what did I tell you about telling white people the truth? You gotta lie to white people. And it's like, I'm gonna find me a white man, I'm gonna go lie to him right now. You know, and it's just like the first line in the show. I'm like, this is amazing.
Yeah. So, like, that happened. I was immediately like that. He says that, and I immediately was like, oh, like I got kind of. I was like, oh, okay, right. This. So, because I think I was shown one episode of this once, and I think it was called Attack of the Wolf Bitch.
Okay. Yeah.
Which is, like, a pretty silly episode, and I thought the show was just very silly. You know, I thought there'd be some, and no, like, this show is so rooted in, like, black culture and politics and all this. Because just to finish my thought from earlier, with a lot of the homophobia stuff. Now, I haven't seen every episode of the Boondocks, so I don't know, but it felt like a lot, like, it would always be like Riley being like, that's gay.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
You niggas gay. Yeah. Is the punchline.
Yeah. And, but the thing is, like, I feel like when it's Riley expressing that, it's Riley's character.
Yes.
If Huey was to turn around and say the same thing, that's a different thing, because now it's not the character, it's the show.
Exactly.
And so, not like defending it necessarily, but just saying, I watch a lot of shit from this time period, and there is way worse stuff than this.
Yeah, it reminds me of, like, Community with, like, gay, where it's just like, yeah, that guy's an idiot, right?
Oh my god, go back and watch American Office season 1, episode 1.
Oh wow, yeah.
It's fucking crazy.
Okay. But that's kind of it, where you're like, you know who this character is, and you know how dumb the shit coming out of his mouth is, so you take it with that exact grain of salt. You know, but then that's the other thing too, is like, on the one side of that, you know, you have that absurdity of being so stupid and ignorant like that, and so invested in pop culture, that you could have him come out, and his best defense, when you have literally episode 2 is like the trial of R. Kelly.
Oh my. Okay, so that's when I knew that, like, okay, I'm in it. This is not fucking around, this show.
And it's like, it's crazy. And he's like, now, but there were people at the time that were just like, nah, though. How sick is the remix to Ignition? That track is great. I don't want to, and you don't want to give this idea up. So it's just like, look, if I was 14, it's like, or whatever, it's like, you pee on me, I move out the way. He peed on her, she stayed. What's up with that, right? If you don't want to be there, then you wouldn't be there. And he's just going off on like, that's his logic. And if R. Kelly gets locked up, I'm gonna piss on your cat. And you're just like, this is who this dumb kid is, you know?
Yeah.
But they're gonna swing for that shit, and you're like, I can't believe you're going for it. That's fucking crazy. I can't believe they greenlit that, much less you took the swing. You know, you'd expect someone in that, like, an Adult Swim or somewhere along the lines would be like, you can't do that. But they got away with it, almost like South Park-esque, you know?
Yeah. So, like, that second episode is, like, basically, I guess, about how, like, a lot of black people were kind of okay with just hand waving some of the really gross shit or Kelly did, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that is a complex one.
Yes.
To be on the outside of, looking in at.
Yes.
But I thought the idea itself was like really interesting and like it made me think of the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Have we talked about my history with this show?
No.
Okay. The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air is one of my favorite TV shows of all time. Up until like kind of episode 4 or 5, there's a point where it just gets really, really silly. And The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air played on Irish TVs when I was a kid. And I think that show is really important because as an Irish child, it introduced me to several concepts, right? Mm-hmm. Number one, black people existed. You know, like this was
okay.
Well, I think I've told you this story before. Did I tell you about my cousin when I was a kid?
I think so.
I
think I know the story, but yeah.
But it was basically, I used to have a cousin, and like he's fully Irish, exactly like me. Like he's fully white. He was just a little bit tanned, and he was really into basketball. And I thought he was black.
Ugh.
And like as a 8-year-old.
Yeah.
You know? And so when I first learned about like racism, I was like, fuck that. Like my cousin's black, you know?
Oh,
and it took me, I know, and I know how insane that sounds, but again, literal child brain, like literal child. And I also just had never any experiences with actual like black people. But so then, like, you know, The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air taught me that black people exist. It taught me that, like, you know, black people exist in multiple income brackets. And it taught me that is a, like, source of serious contention.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that, like, even that much nuance to imbue it into an Irish child who is so distant from that culture, I think that's a really valuable, good thing.
It's,
you know?
yeah, that I mean, exposure at all, period. And like the funny part is that The Fresh Prince is absolute, just it's TV, you know what I mean? It's like it's not resembling reality, but it was entertaining. And then there was like Family Matters and these other sitcoms as well that, you know, like you don't really, I think about it as like, oh yeah, this is like a TV version of a black family, and you know, this is kind of a ridiculous thing, but it was just brainless, turn your brain off and let the TV play exaggerations. But then somewhere else in the world you're like, oh, this is people's first exposure to that, you know.
And that was and like, you know, later on we had like Sister and Moesha and stuff like that.
Oh wow, okay.
Yep. Yeah, actually a surprising amount of like black American television played on Irish.
Okay.
I don't know what that's about.
Did you get Martin or, you know, like any of that? Or
no, never got Martin. Never got Urkel.
Oh yeah, Family Matters. Okay, yeah.
Okay, that's Urkel's Family Matters. Okay.
Yes, yeah. But you got Sister. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yep. And
so like when you talk about stuff like, well, so something like the ridiculousness of the R. Kelly thing, the complexities, it's crazy. So I feel like a really interesting thing is I talked about like when we had the Kendrick Lamar episode, right, about the complexities of like colorism and these aspects of black culture that are self-hating, and you know, and that comes up in this show in so many different ways, in different groups and different communities and different aspects of the culture, not just the one uniform thing.
I'm laughing just because I'm thinking of the pre-podcast discussion.
Oh, yeah. Yes, where, yeah. I mean, to be fair, in full credit, John did begin our recording going, Woolie, I have a question, and it's about the N-word. And I looked to my left, and I looked to my right, and I went... And we clarified the nature of its usage and what the context means. And you know what?
Needed to get some things straight.
Yes, and you know the conclusion and what we were able to kind of get to is in the same way that someone born in Ireland inherently understands and hears notions within them and understands they hear the voices of others checking them, right? When they get a little bit, when notions begin to occur, when they begin to, step above their station a little bit, it's the same way we have. There's an inherent check where you hear the N-word and you can immediately understand the context. Even when you're hearing the ER in certain contexts, you can tell if it's derogatory. You can hear it complimentary. You can hear it as punchline. You can hear it as a means of like that is meant to have venom in it. This is meant for you to get angry and swing at me, or this is meant to just diffuse the situation, right? It's an inherent little translation babel fish that we got going on.
So okay, that brings us something I have really, really wanted to bring up. So like
no, you cannot tame the white supremacist power structure with cheese. That was one of the lines. Granddad, you can't tame the white supremacist power structure with cheese. He's like, oh, yes, I can.
See, okay, this was an interesting perspective for me because it would be like, white people love cheese. And I kind of just sit there being like, I do love cheese.
It's a lot of the bits are kind of like post Chappelle Show season 1 as well. Like the whole oh, you don't know what they eat with the grocery shopping bit. They definitely take a Chappelle bit and elaborate from it and take it to the next level a bunch of times. Yeah.
But I guess when we were talking earlier and like specifically about notions, and I said, wait, you have just unlocked something in me.
Yes. That was.
This brings me to Uncle Ruckus.
Yeah. There's a lot to be said about Ruckus, for sure.
Okay, I have questions for you.
Mm-hmm. I may or may not have answers.
Okay, so Uncle Ruckus is this character. He's not even their uncle, I don't think.
No relation.
That.
No relation. Uncle Ruckus, no relation. That's the joke. He's not your actual uncle.
Yeah.
And
he is basically this old, cantankerous black dude who just hates black people. And it is venomous.
You darkest. Yeah, he's and he is like, yes, okay, he is a ridiculous, over-the-top stereotype of a character. And what's interesting about him is that the Uncle Tom is the term that would be used to refer to.
Okay, this is what I wanted to ask you.
Yeah. Sorry. I'm getting ahead of it. Yeah.
No. You're right on it. I saw this character in Django as well, and it's the same character in
Samuel L. Jackson.
The same idea for a character.
Yes.
What is this character type?
Okay, so
like, where did this come from?
Okay, so you watched. I recommended you to watch the first season, and there's a little bit of DLC, and some of that may have included some extra context, in some of those episodes. One of them was Catcher Freeman.
Such a good episode.
Oh, okay. I'm glad you got to it. Okay, so
all assignments have been complete.
Okay, so what you're getting at is essentially the legacy of the house Negro, who there were house slaves and there were field slaves. And the field slaves are the ones that you think of that were picking cotton, that were being whooped, by the overseers, and that's the image of slavery. But then there were house slaves who were a bit that were treated better than the field slaves. They got to sleep in the house. They got to talk to the family. They got to live a nicer, more cushioned life as opposed to the ones that were just field workers. And
right, okay.
And being in the house made you feel better than, right? And in some cases, if you were of a lighter complexion, right? Perhaps you were an illegitimate son of a white person and someone that and a slave that got raped, right? There would be you're not gonna get treated as like my actual son in any way, shape, or form. That's crazy. You're clearly black, but you're mixed, and so but we know something's up here, so we're gonna put you in a position where you can be a little bit more comfortable or so, right? Or people who sucked up more often. And the idea was that essentially for the house slave, sucking up to the structure, sucking up to the idea of slavery, leaning into it, reinforcing it, and snitching on people and so on would reinforce their cushy lifestyle. Their safety, their survival were linked to the structure being upheld, as opposed to those in the fields.
Freedom wouldn't necessarily mean a better scenario for them.
They're conditioned from their lifestyle into reinforcing it because they think and believe truly that they have it better this way under massa, you know. And
they're the Hulk Hogans of slavery.
Yeah, yes, they are the Hulk Hogans talking to Vince McMahon while the
busting the reunion. Yeah,
100%, right? And so that idea then, as as a concept. It was a job, but that idea, that type of personality continued to exist and is as someone who's just a self-hating, a self-hating black person that sees like all the glories and blessings of like, what white society has brought us and so on. And they straight up, there are points where Aaron Magruder calls it out for being a particularly ignorant conservative way of thinking. And he gives examples in real life when talking about Uncle Ruckus, where he's like, there are people that we've seen in our lifetimes. There are politicians. There are people that represent that, sound like that when you hear them talking. There are Supreme Court judges that act and sound this way. There's politicians like Herman Cain, who died of COVID while saying it didn't exist, lived like to the end, pushing that point of view. To the point where it cost him everything, right? And he looks at that and goes like, this is the sound of the trombone going, brr, brr, brr. Uncle Ruckus is here telling the black people to sit down and stop getting so uppity, stop being so nappy, right?
So Uncle Ruckus caused a kind of internal moral panic in me, Woolie, because I found Uncle Ruckus fucking hilarious.
Yes, and this is what I wanted to know is you talk about the recommendations sometimes and you talk about watching them and sometimes like Michelle's there with you or not or hearing it in the background, and in my brain I'm like, somewhere there's a line going off that's so fucked up that Uncle Ruckus is talking about, and I'm like imagining you guys laughing awkwardly, being like, I don't feel good laughing at this, what the fuck.
So like Michelle is such a mystery to me still in so many ways that I love, but one of the things about Michelle is like I can just never tell what media she's going to latch onto. Mm-hmm. And like Boondocks, she was all in. We were just like both sitting there watching the Boondocks. But
because the thing with Ruckus too as well that I don't have confirmation on this, but I find it interesting. I'm headcanoning it, right? But I know that in the original comic, I believe Ruckus didn't exist as a character. He was not from the comics. He was made for the show. And I think in the original comic, Tom existed, the lawyer, Tom Dubois.
Right.
And my understanding is that Tom Dubois, the articulate, well-to-do dude, was named after Uncle Tom. And
right, okay.
W.E.B. Du Bois, the author and founder of NAACP, and my understanding is that there's a fusion of those things, and so I thought was like I thought that like maybe this character represented somebody who was like, I'm better than you. You know, you Negroes out there, and you're all.
That's kind of interesting because I enjoy Tom. Like, I
Yeah.
think he's a fun character, but I also feel like sometimes he feels a bit lost in the show. Like he doesn't really serve a direct purpose. And I wonder, did Uncle Ruckus take that role?
I think so. And I think part of that is because back in the day, remember you're talking about Fresh Prince, right? The Carlton was the character to be made fun of because he wasn't acting black enough. He was white, right? He was acting white. He was the character that was like, oh, we don't talk like that. We don't relate to that. This kid sounds like
do you know the weird thing there? Mm-hmm. When I was growing up watching Carlton, I didn't have that context.
Interesting.
So to me, Carlton was just silly.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, like,
okay.
That's just a silly man, you know?
So here's the fucked up crazy part is that like that was kind of the deal. And I remember watching as that was a punchline and people would get made fun of and whatnot for like sounding too white or acting too white or so on. Listen to my voice. Listen to the way I, Woolie Madden, speak. Okay? Like, hey, guess what? I don't sound like I'm from Atlanta or from New York because I'm not. I'm Canadian. I've learned to speak the way I do. So this is kind of a thing that I feel like that got weird over time because essentially there was a point where, and I don't know exactly when, but it was you know, somewhere between the early aughts and somewhere between the end of Fresh Prince and the beginning of the show, where like a lot of kids growing up that were younger black kids that sounded like me existed that didn't necessarily have a performative element to this because there's an idea that like sounding black is a state of mind. It's a performative thing, right? Being black is a performative thing. It's not the way you look. It's not what you're given when you're born into this world as that. It is something that you adopt and you turn on and you turn off. And code switching is a thing, of course. But essentially, there were people who were just like, yeah, I don't have a relationship to that. That's different from me, and so on. And people come from different contexts, so it gets complicated. So a character like that becomes a lot weirder because you're like, oh yeah, there are people I know that are quiet little nerdy black kids that don't necessarily sound a certain way. They're kind of just doing their own thing. And more of those people were also the kind of kids that would grow up and be into like anime and kung fu movies and the shit that the Boondocks was into and basically became the audience for this show. So then a character like Tom kind of has a weird place in that where you're like, oh, the Carlton doesn't exist in this way. And furthermore, it's a complex thing to understand what I just described. But what is very clear is a big, ridiculous, over-the-top, I'm hating on the Negro, bless the white man, Uncle Ruckus. No audience is going to miss what's going on there, even though they're still going to. And some people are going to like him or like the show for the wrong reasons. That still exists because you can never satirize enough, you know?
So like it's really interesting when you talk about the, I guess, like especially the voice stuff or people, because like, you know, you've talked to me before about how like, you know, you used to get messages people being like, you don't sound black or whatever. And that is something I get in Ireland. And specifically, it always happens with taxi drivers. Taxi drivers just be like, have I ever talked about this before? I can't remember.
Where are you from?
Where are you from? I'm like, I'm from Dublin. And they go, oh, you sound American. And it's always tinged with this, like that is basically them very subtly being like, you have notions.
Yeah. I mean, listen.
And
like, I get that, and I also get that over French over here, too, over not using enough French. So
oh, God damn it.
I'm getting it from all sides, you know? Yeah. But, and hey, guess what, man? It fucking sucks, you know? So
it sucks, But, so anyway, like, I'm watching Boondocks, and Uncle Ruckus has this one line where, and thankfully, it's one I'm pretty sure I can repeat, but it's like someone says to Uncle Ruckus, is it true that you hate black people? And he just goes, well, I don't really consider them people. I lose my mind at that. 'Cause it's...
Yes, all right. And what
sorry, go ahead.
No, so what really helps too here is I remember seeing a behind the scenes on the DVD release of the Boondocks of the writer's room and Aaron with John Witherspoon and Charlie Murphy and everyone just like writing and cracking up and making jokes for each other, right? And they're making jokes. They're basically like writing like Uncle Ruckus lines and making them more mean, and they're dying as they're saying them. They're falling on the floor, losing their shit, because you're like, this is so insane. This is the level of self-hatred is so crazy. So like, how can we dial it up?
But like, I thought that line was just like, I like cackled at that. I thought it was so funny. And then I immediately had this moment of, oh no, like I'm not sure that joke is for me, and like I was genuinely like, I don't know how I feel about this, and genuinely what I think it is. It's what you said earlier. Uncle Ruckus is notions. Uncle Ruckus is self-hatred for your own kind, communicated with a venom and bile that only your own kind is capable of.
You have to know one. Takes one to know one. Yes.
Yeah, and like that, like...
I'm going to pull you down harder than anyone that hates you that's not a part of this group could pull you down. So I know how to target the weak points.
I remember, like, way back when I started listening to Giant Bomb, and I loved Giant Bomb. I still love Giant Bomb, and they had Danny O'Dwyer on. And Danny O'Dwyer he's the guy who founded NoClip. And he's I would say he's also a mate of mine. We met at a wedding a couple of years ago, and just the sweetest, best fucking dude. So funny, so just like such a great guy. But the second I heard that Irish accent on my fucking podcast, my American like it was genuinely, Woolie, a moment of, who the fuck does this guy think he is? I became Uncle Ruckus. This fucking Mick has gotten so far above his fucking station. Come home and peel some fucking potatoes.
Wow. You should know better, right? That accent means you should know better.
Yeah. And it's like that, and like it's a thing that's just fucking in you. Yeah. When your culture has gotten the shit kicked out of it, when your people have gotten rocked and you see some rise up, it's always that, a little bit, unless you fucking acknowledge it and deal with it. Now I like it when Irish people succeed. It took, I swear to God, till about 2 hours ago when we were talking for me to recognize, like, the reason I, like, get so much out of Uncle Ruckus is because on some level, I get that dynamic. I can't get it, like, specifically in terms of black people. I feel it with my people, and I understand that, So
I'm going to come back around to Uncle Ruckus a little bit after, because there's some interesting stuff there that happened. But that thing of like connecting to someone like that is just so interesting, because the show is full of them. Because like Riley is also someone that like is a part of this that represents kind of like, so there are people I know that were like that, right? I had a friend that like my avatar on MSN Chat Messenger was Huey as Che Guevara, the red shot, and my friend was Scarface Riley, and we just left that for years. It was just a thing.
Aww.
Right? I had a shirt of like that Boondocks thing on the back as well, of that shot, and I was like, yeah, I connect with this, right? But the Riley thing, it also is like there's these different perspectives where from the way when they're coming at it, like I'm always reminded of when there was an interview with Tupac where he was talking about how the where the aggression and anger and where like how gangster rap sounds the way it does and why it sounds the way it does. And it's like, well, because when you've been dealing with injustice for so long, at first you're just like, hey, we're outside, please let us in. Hey, we're outside, please let us in. And then you continue and then no one's answering you, no one's letting you in, no one's feeding you, you're hungry. And you're just like, eventually that chanting becomes a little bit harder and becomes, let us in, let us in, let us in. And then you fast forward a couple more decades of getting ignored. And then people are like, we're coming through the back, slipping through the door, blasting, and you're just like, yeah, that's how that evolves from one to the other, because that's a buildup, right? And at a certain point, they're looking at it like, so when I get anything, when I do succeed, I'm going to do a victory lap because I'm going to be like, this is me celebrating the fact that I made it. And, this was an unlikely thing. And you often hear, I was supposed to be dead by this age, but I made it out. So now I'm celebrating it, right? That's one perspective. That's a type of one way of looking at it. And that's the reasons why, that kind of insane live fast, die young sort of attitude gets pervasive, right? Not to mention everything we talked about in the Kendrick episode. But then like dialing that to a needlepoint focus with a character like Riley, right? Where, he has like they all have their like their crux peak moments, I would say, in the show. And one of the episodes I recommended past season 1 was the fundraiser.
I watched this morning and I loved it.
Like the fundraiser comes from the future episode, from a future season 3, and it's just Riley after watching every gangster movie, decides that the kids selling chocolate for fundraising game, he needs to get into that game and do this basically mafioso style, Scarface style, get into the life. And it's like, it's a fun, crazy whirlwind movie of an episode where he's just telling the whole thing. And while he's telling the story of what's happening, Huey is in the background going, you know how this ends, right? And he's like, stop spoiling it. Don't tell me. You keep always saying.
He's like, I literally don't want to know. It doesn't matter. Yeah. I am not considering the future.
And then Huey's like, okay, well, here, at least take this. And he gives him a bulletproof vest, And like, you have these things where like the most dialed up, like tuned in moment of, to me, Riley as a character is when the British chocolate gangsters show up at the end of the episode and they try to move in on the territory. And I don't know if you saw just that speech Riley drops was like, we were quoting that shit forever. Like it locked in, like fuck your yuck mouth teeth, fuck you, fuck the plane you flew in on, fuck the Queen, fuck Guy Ritchie, right? Like just fuck your chocolate. My president is black and my Lambo is blue. Get the fuck out of my hotel room, and if I ever see you in the streets, I'm slapping the shit out of you. like that level.
So I heard that speech, and I was like, "Is this?" I thought it was like a reference to something else, but that's just
Riley,
the Boondocks.
That he's like, wow. I'm gonna play this like a movie, and you're like, this is the character, right? In the same way, and it's that, but it's also like early season 2, where it's like, oh, what's this episode about? A gold digger shows up and Grandpa's going on a date. And she's getting brought to Red Lobster. And Riley's like, no, but the cheddar biscuits, though, right? Game recognized game, Grandpa. And I don't know, you're looking kind of unfamiliar right now. Who is that? Grandpa, is that you? And it's just like, oh, you're eating well and you're taking them out to the cheddar biscuits, but the fam can't get the cheddar biscuits. Have you had the Red Lobster cheddar biscuits, John?
They are delicious.
They're incredible. Mm-hmm. They're super good. He was right to be upset.
Yeah. He really was. But like it feels like an aside to like I guess everything we're saying. I was shocked at how well produced the show is. It's gorgeous.
I feel like you see it, and part of it too is I did recommend Stink Meter 1, Stink Meter 2, Stink Meter 3, right?
Jesus Christ.
And when you talk about production, these 3 episodes are one for each season, right? And they're hilarious because, of course, it brings up the concept of the nigga moment, right? The idea of, hey, what are you doing? This is a perfectly valid time to throw your life away. You bump into someone in the street, and then you're like, "Are we gonna kill each other because I stepped on your shoe?" And or are you just gonna walk away going, "Wait a minute, I'm white. I don't have to do this." You know. But the whole stink meter thing about just like there are some people, there's no complexity to it. They are just haters, and some haters just fucking suck. And that's all. Stink meter is just a hater, and you're like, oh, we know an old man like that too, right? You know that grumpy old dude from the church, I have one in mind, who was just mad at all children. Just hated them, hated kids having fun. And like the service is not going on. Everyone ate lunch. No one's doing anything. Kids are just outside having fun, running in circles. And it's like, hey, y'all stop that. Why? Just, you know, making all that racket. Some of us are out here trying to relax on the Lord's Day, you know? And you're kind of just like, yeah, that hater ass energy. But it's hilarious with Stink Meter. Regardless, there's combat, there's fighting in the show.
Oh my, Stink Meter 3, where Stink Meter's like crew,
the hatocracy,
come to avenge Stink Meter. There's a bit where I love where like we didn't even like him, we just like ruining people's lives.
Yeah.
Like, oh, fuck. But like, god damn, like some of the choreography was like you could see. I'm sure if you like match the scenes, you could find like all Shaw Brothers films that they were like, you know, taking inspiration from and stuff. And god, they're beautiful.
And by the third season, they got Studio Mirror to help them work on some of the anime moments in combat.
Yeah, no, it's so good. I've never really seen this in a show before, but every single incidental character has like a design, like an interesting, unique design. And to the point that some of them you'd be like, oh, she looks cool. Is she going to do something? No, she's never been. That was it. It's like, okay.
Yeah. You know, there's background characters that just kind of have a look to them.
I'm sure you caught Cindy in Fundraiser is just Cammy. She's just Cammy.
Yeah, so Cindy shows up earlier as she shows up in the basketball episode. It was one from season 2 that I didn't recommend, but yeah, she's got the fucking pigtails and the little blonde thing 100%. And
yeah, I loved her. She was so cool.
She's great. I mean, yeah, again, there's another episode that I almost threw in there that I said would have been fun, but you know, just the complete antithesis, you know, of Jasmine as just like, this is not a sweet, nice little girl. This is Riley's counterpart. You know,
I liked Jasmine as well. I thought she was. I don't know.
She's great.
She was cute. Yeah,
and Onceler just kind of rolling up and like getting in on the business in the pony episode. You know, like
that was real fun. Yeah, that was great.
In the Christmas episode too, she got to do her big like, you know, like, and the Lord says Jesus, but except is doing, and Santa's coming. Can I get a hoe? Can I get a ho? You know.
Do you remember the name of Huey's play?
Yes, and that's very important. You remember the Adventures of Black Jesus?
I do.
Okay,
I do.
John. Can I show you something?
Yes, you can.
This is very important. Black Jesus is an American live-action sitcom created by Aaron Magruder, the creator of the Boondocks, and Mike Clattenburg, the creator of Trailer Park Boys. There was a real show that aired after the Boondocks called Black Jesus that was on Adult Swim. And this happened...
3 seasons.
Yes. And Charlie Murphy is in it, as is John Witherspoon. So, the whole thing, this is real. This is super real.
Jesus returns from the mental hospital and is concerned about fish who may have taken part in criminal activities. What?
The Adventures of Black Jesus is the name of the play that Huey wrote in that Christmas episode. And then Aaron went on to make it for real, right? And, I suspect, because the timing is very, very lined up here, 2014 is when this show came out, and 2014 is also when the 4th season of the Boondocks came out, which is the season that he did not work on, where him and Sony went their separate ways, and he wasn't fired, but he was not a part of it, and they had creative differences. So the 4th season of the Boondocks we don't talk about because he was not involved. and
Right. Okay.
and then this show came out at the same time. So it was like, oh, I think he left after season 3, and then this became the new project. So yeah,
okay.
that was a joke that became real.
That's crazy.
Right?
Okay, so I did want to ask you about season 4. Have you watched it?
Not at all. That was one of those ones where I just never went in, and I've heard people say it's not that bad, but I've heard others say like there's some parts that are worth it or stuff. I was just like, yo, Aaron's gone, I'm done, that was the kind of feeling from it. It was a bit of a Guardian Code, New Berserk, etc. style situation.
Well, Woolie, have I got a recommendation for you? Because it's worked out twice for us so far.
Yeah, I am curious about it because I never did, and time has passed, but I just never bothered. And I have heard people say there's one or two things that are really funny in it, but like also
there's another Stink Miner episode.
There's also like a bunch of characters that or voice actors that I know like changed up as well. People didn't return, the executive producer didn't return. It was basically just like the rights to the show were continued to be held by Sony, but the creators were like left, So I'm like, that just feels bad. But maybe one day to know how it went without them. But for the most part, the consensus generally seems to be, yeah, that's embarrassing. That sucks. And furthermore, when you're being so lightning rod specific with your criticisms of the culture and your also celebrations of the culture,
yes,
you can't fuck that up because the subtlety is a hair's breadth away from from being embarrassing.
Oh, Boondocks is a scalpel, not a blunderbuss.
100%, and even then, it still fucks it up sometimes, right? I thought that the final episode of season 1, like the Reverend Ruckus, where he's like, where he creates the white church stuff, the white Jesus thing.
Oh yeah.
Some of that goes like way too nuts. Like there are points where the jokes just stop being jokes, and it kind of goes like, yo, I don't. No, man, it kind of gets crazy at points, right? There's also like the Return of the King episode, the Return of Martin Luther King, which is
that episode made me really sad.
It was wild, and there's people that didn't like it. I was one of the people where I'm like, no, I think the punchline is worth it, because when he comes back and is basically just like looking around, going, nah, fuck this, I'm moving to Canada. I was like, yeah, okay. But to me, the one, it was the thing that like the end of it is him basically going, it's nice to dream. But I don't know if you remember the first thing that happens in the Return of the King episode, but that's essentially, imagine if in this world, Martin Luther King didn't die, but he went into a coma and then he woke up in the year 2000. What would happen if he entered the modern political society and had to exist, in this world of reality TV and pundits and fucking Fox News and shit? And a bunch of the self-critique and everything of the culture as well is just laid out heavy in that beginning part where the first thing you see is an MLK quote, like, I want young men and women to know that who are not alive today to know and see the new privileges and opportunities did not come without somebody suffering and sacrificing for them. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And then that text fades out and it just fades in, whatever, nigger, quote, anonymous. And you could just picture someone like Thugnificent just being like, yeah, what the fuck ever, nigga, like, yeah, keep it moving, yeah, blah, 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 MLK, and you're like, what the fuck, man? And like, that's kind of the idea, No, I just remembered something earlier too. Sorry, I'm just kind of fucking grab it and go in here, but there's a lot loaded into this. Obviously.
You grab and go.
The R. Kelly episode, I was going to say earlier that part of that awkwardness and weirdness of like the people that are like R. Kelly Defense Squad or so. I mean, you want to talk about the complexities and of how this shit goes historically. That is a smaller echo of something larger that was something like the OJ trial. And how I remember the feeling of people essentially around me. There's an understanding of almost just like, yeah, we know he's guilty and that shit's fucked up, but I'm more upset at the system and therefore I'm willing to celebrate this moment because of someone being black that made it through the system by like with influence and power and money, like turning the other way from the way it usually goes during that era, and the fact that it's like you're kind of co-signing on this fucked up outcome because of the exhaustion of the inequality, and it was like it's this weird like thing that it's like I remember that, and I remember people feeling that way, and I remember that level of like, nah, everyone is pretty sure that someone got their fucking head cut off, but there's this level of exhaustion and frustration and anger and shit that biles up and rages up in people. So you kind of see these moments in society where you're like, yeah, there are times where like it gets that weird and that fucking crazy and complex, and you look back at it and you're like, whoa, that was a moment in history that people that really happened. And you're kind of you're looking at these little subdivides of moments in culture, and again, I'm like, yo, the fact that the Boondocks steered towards it and gave it a shot and went for it in some cases is crazy. One of the wildest ones it's from like the later seasons, because the whole time they're talking about like, oh yeah, the idea of just like there can never be a black president, etc. And then Obama came into office while the show was on the air, and there was an episode about Obama, and it was one of the most interesting things I remember ever, because it was like, you're kind of wondering, what is a show like the Boondocks gonna have to say about this, right? And just long story short, I'll summarize it for you. It was essentially the idea that like, the beginning of it is like going like, oh, Huey and Obama used to be MySpace friends or used to be friends on Facebook, but then people saw that and he got grilled over the news over being friends with a revolutionary. And so Obama's like, I denounced this man. I don't know this kid. And we were never friends. Basically, in the end, fuck him. and then Huey just turns to the camera like, what the fuck, right? And then essentially, essentially it's a thing of like everyone's celebrating, and like some people there are just like, hooray, it's the end of racism. It's over. We won. We'll never have to worry about it again. This is the final, this is the ending, the credit roll. And then people like Riley are being like, I'm going to be so bad. I'm not doing my homework. I'm not listening to nobody, because what you going to tell me? I'm going to call up Obeezy if anyone's got beef, or whatever. I'm not, right? And that's his, like, and that's a whole thing. And then Huey's take in the end is kind of just right? And everyone gets mad at him because they're like, what do you mean this is a big moment, right? But what essentially is happening is Aaron Magruder, who is very very leftist and very revolutionary as well, is looking at it and kind of going, it's really nice. It's cool that like a black president is happening and this moment is occurring. It just kind of also sucks that we're seeing someone that's kind of neoliberal and still part of the establishment, protecting the rich kind of part of this.
Sure.
And that part is a bummer. So in the end, that's the conclusion. And that's where the Boondocks took on that moment. And it was crazy, because I was like, wow, you went for that.
I mean, like that is crazy, because like, there's a lot of like Obama disillusionment syndrome now, but to think that it was able to nail it back then is fucking insane.
And I mean, fair point, man. You're like, it is a nice there. If token gestures are what you're appreciative of and you're happy with just that, then that's great. But if you actually want your situation to improve, then you can't still be continuing to have fucking banks be telling you, what. Anyway, we can't get into all that. But
Yep.
But all that to say that like they went for that type of shit as well. And I don't know that there ever is or could be a show like it. No,
I have never seen anything like this. And even being 20 years removed from its release, I was shocked by what this show was, and I also loved it. Like, I loved this show. I would say I'm probably going to make my way through the rest of the episodes just because I want to see where this goes. And like, I loved these characters, like I found it much harder to relate to Riley, but then with both Huey and Riley, you do get these moments where like they care about each other and they care about their grandpa, and you see it maybe once per season, but you see it and it's meaningful. Like the art teacher episode,
Yeah.
That got me, dude.
Yeah, I mean, he basically just that whole episode is just an excuse for them to get Bob Ross to have a gun, shoot, and drive away shooting out at the cops, you know? Like, what if you had that? But yes, then it's an emotional moment too, and that's real, you know? My favorite episode of the entire show, easily, is the funeral when they go back home to Chicago and Wingmen, right? Where you get Grandpa with this dude who's been his rival for his whole life, and he's just such an asshole. But like, they've been boys, but god damn it, even in World War II when they're flying their planes and shit, he's being an asshole. And he's like, come back to my eulogy, come back to my to my funeral, do my eulogy. I got something to give you. You know, come on, man. It's a dying man's wish. You know. And just like in the end, it's like, what has he got for you? These nuts, nigga, right? Like, it's that goofy bit, but at the same time, the subplot was so great because it was Huey going back and his friend Cairo, who he left behind, and the fact that it's like, yo, we don't have beef, but the fact that you abandoned me means we're not friends anymore, and that sucks. And you get to see him make friends with an extremely exaggerated, performative, like poet ass version of Huey, you know, like, come on, my brother, where's your kufi? Where your sandals at? What is this? Are you even fight? Where your poems at? Right? And he's going off on this whole thing, but like, it's a very real thing. You learn about like how friendships come and go and die, and it sucks. And sometimes you can repair them, but sometimes you can't. You know, I feel like that episode stands out so far above the others in terms of just having a real message about like kids and adults even, and how friendships come and go. You know, as you live more life. That's a BoJack ass like thing to take from it.
Yeah, that subplot, it hits surprisingly hard. I think, especially when you've been through that a couple of times.
That's it.
It's like, man, this relationship, like, this used to mean so much. This used to be like the center. This used to be the thing that would engage me with the rest of the world first thing in the morning, and it's gone now. And like, that episode made me kind of sad watching that because it was well done, you know.
And he doesn't fix the problem. He goes for the handshake at the end, and it's like, nah, fuck you, you know. And you're like, oh, right. And even in the end, the whole like be the better man, and it's just like, man, being the better man is overrated, you know. It's like, that's a real moment. At the same time too, you have like I think like my favorite moment in the show too, from my favorite episode, is just like Grandpa being like, I can't talk nice about this man. I got nothing to say at this fucking eulogy. Boy, say something deep. He's like, what? Say something deep, boy. Go on. I ain't got all day. And Huey just like sighs, like, your pain is the breaking of the enclosure of your understanding. It is the bitter potion by which the physician heals your sick self. Therefore, trust in the physician and drink its remedy in silence and tranquility. Khalil Gibran. And everyone's like, what?
But that's what I love about Huey, where like he has it all inside him, but he's so detached as well. You know?
He's so exhausted, you know. And he just delivers that fucking banger from the Prophet, just like nothing, you know. In that Obama episode I mentioned, Herner Wurzak is like a narrator that comes to interview him, and he's really playing the character, and he's just like, you know, there is a saying in my language, and he says it, and he goes, that translates to, this is the most depressing fucking 10-year-old I've ever met in my life. You know? Anyway, so yeah, last thing I want to leave you with is this right here. Look at this photo. That happened after the show ended. The Uncle Ruckus movie.
This makes me uncomfortable on so many levels.
So there was a Kickstarter a couple years ago for the Uncle Ruckus movie. And this was, again, right around the time of Black Jesus or so. And you can go watch Uncle Ruckus in full outfit, like doing it. And he's just like, Gary Anthony Williams, he's got the full Uncle Ruckus outfit on, and he's just being this dude in real life, looking at the internet, looking at the news, he's like, he is Uncle Ruckus. He could just trigger that.
Jesus.
And
so it was interesting. When I started watching Boondocks, a TikTok came up of someone asking him a question about the modern world and what Uncle Ruckus would have thought about it, and he responds in Uncle Ruckus voice.
Okay. Because, like, he has it in him just like that, you know? It didn't get funded, and maybe for the best, you know? I don't know that...
Yeah, you know, Woolie, I'm going to say an hour and a half of Uncle Ruckus would have been a lot.
Like, I'll take him in doses of singing "Don't Trust Them New Niggas Over There," and then we'll leave it be, you know? Yeah.
Oh, okay. So look, here it is, Woolie. We gotta log the Boondocks in the pantheon of greatness. Now, clearly this show means an incredible amount to you. And I would also say I loved it. I really, really enjoyed this. So the idea that this show is going to fall outside outer heaven, I don't see that happening.
Okay.
Which means that it is automatically being placed at number 14. So I'm going to say in ahead of Invincible season 1 to 3.
Okay.
Which feels right to me.
Okay.
So next question. Does the Boondocks beat Kill 6 Billion Demons?
So
Volume 1.
So this was, you watched season 1 of the Boondocks.
Yep.
Plus Stink Meaner 2 and 3.
Yeah.
Plus Catcher Freeman.
Catcher Freeman, amazing
episode. Oh god, I love the three tellings of the story. Just it's like, you know, like ta-da, Catcher Freeman, you know, the Rosewood hero that saved the slaves and took them safely to Canada. And it's like, nah, it wasn't none of that. It was Catch a Free Man. He was the greatest slave catcher the black man had ever seen. And you're like, oh no.
Yeah, even the way like the black people are drawn in Uncle Ruckus's version, it's so upsetting.
It's crazy. Yeah. Our granddad inserting himself into every civil rights moment. You know, yeah, I was there. I brought my raincoat. That's why I didn't get sprayed. You guys didn't bring your raincoat? Yo, fuck this nigga! You know, just like, anyway. Yeah, I mean, so the Boondocks is like, yeah, it's I love it. Going back to it, I had a really good time, especially again season 1. Definitely great shit comes through in seasons 2 and 3, as you'll see. Like they get more budget, they get better animation, they get cameos, and more people start showing up.
That's the biggest thing I noticed about it. Season 2 looks like gorgeous.
You saw that intro change.
Season 1 looks a little mushy.
Yep, they were learning the ropes. Season 2, you see the intro change up a little bit. You know, shout outs to Asheru who did the intro. And then you're getting people like, hey, Ghostface Killer's ghost just shows up and goes, come on, Huey, what the fuck, man? You know, you ain't solved this shit yet? You're just like, Ghostface Killer, you ain't even dead. You know? Man,
we didn't even talk about the two white guys who are friends with Riley.
Fucking Wunkler the Third, Ed Wunkler the Third, and Gin Rummy, right?
Yeah.
Charlie Murphy and Samuel L. Jackson.
So those two characters are basically like white people can just get away with whatever the fuck they want, right? Like that's their whole deal.
Yes, and furthermore, Wunkler the Third has a giant W as a chain that he wears, and his partner is Gin Rummy, and it's fucking George W. Bush and Rumsfeld. That's what it's 100%.
Oh my God.
Like they're going full war in Iraq. They're going full post 9/11. All of it. It's all there. We can do whatever the fuck we want, and nobody cares. And we just bought it.
I enjoyed those characters way more than I should have. Mm-hmm. I thought the episodes of them were so funny. And
Dick Cheney, of course, you know. But like they're really funny as these, exactly, just like the white kids that are like wiggers that get away with it because no one will hold them accountable. They own the city, you know. It's kind of cute when they hold a bank robbery up, you know. All right.
Oh my God, sorry. One other thing I just have to bring up about Uncle Ruckus. This was another one that made me fucking howl. There's an episode where Uncle Ruckus gets attacked by cops.
Oh! Yeah.
And then they all take out their guns and try and shoot him, but every one of them miss.
Yeah.
And then, like, in the next scene, there's this, like, Uncle Ruckus is sitting with a cop on the curb, and he's like, "Don't worry, you'll get me next time."
Yeah,
It's like, ah!
I mean, the amount of shootouts that end with like no one getting shot are like it's a funny part of this show, where like point blank, two dudes pull the Uzis out, they pull out the strap and just no hits, no one, nothing lands, you know, only for the cops to take him out right afterward. Like, it's crazy. Anyway,
Woolie, I think I'm gonna place it above Kill 6 Billion Demons.
okay, all right.
And I think that it goes above Dokapon Kingdom.
Okay. I mean,
I cannot put it below Kamen Rider Gav. I love Gav.
Okay.
But it's the safest show in the world.
Okay. And you respect when people take swings. Yes.
And even if they don't, like, Kamen Rider Gav is its format like mastered. It's a beautiful culmination of people telling very similar stories for a very long time.
Yes.
And the Boondocks is so weird and singular.
Counterpoint, Kamen Rider Gav has no homophobia in it.
That is true.
but I understand what you're saying.
Kamen Rider Gav is the gayest show in which two men do not kiss.
There you go. Right. Mm-hmm. Whereas the Boondocks has a couple instances of two men kissing, but the show itself could not distance itself any further from it, you know? And like I said, you want the lens through Riley. You don't want it to be the lens of the camera, which there are moments where it's a punchline with like Thug and Love, and you see like they go for the drool and stuff, and you're like, yeah, all right. Anyways, I am not allowing you to put it above Junji Ito.
Okay, what's your logic there?
It's Junji Ito.
Okay, I think that feels good to me.
All right,
I think number 11 is I didn't get to do my Woolie. I know black people have been through some stuff, but Earthbound's a really good game. Line again.
Well, there's a secret second part of this ranking where now in the Pantheon we have to rank the N-word.
I don't know that I am qualified to weigh in on that, Woolie.
Does the N-word sit in the throne of heaven?
We're not doing this.
Berserk versus
this
nigga.
Having a good time? Enjoying yourself?
I apologize. I'm back. I'm back. I'm here. Thank you.
That entire fucking section, I was like, man, you know, I'm actually getting off pretty easy here. Woolie's not making this difficult at all. You're just saving it for the fucking end.
Thank you for humoring me and taking the ride down memory lane. Yeah, the Boondocks is the shit.
Okay. Gonna take a second. The Boondocks is our new number 11, and deservedly so.
I'm gonna remain a soldier till the war is won. Chop, chop, chop. Judo flip. Chop, chop, chop. Judo flip.
Roman Reigns number 5, huh?
God damn it, we were almost out of here. Listen, it's not all perfect, all right?
Okay, you know, in hindsight, you get confused. Okay. So, Woolie, seen any good movies lately?
Ooh. All right, let's get into it. I have already appreciated and loved The Shining. is one of the best movies I've ever seen.
I think it's my favorite movie.
Well, so here's the problem, right? With your recommendation. It turns out that I've never fucking watched The Shining. And no, that's a joke.
What?
That's a joke. That's a joke.
Okay.
I have watched it, but I haven't watched it.
I'm sorry, Woolie. You've watched it, but you have not seen it.
Holy shit. So, for starters, I wanted to go straight to the new, right? Just to have that like version of it and then recompare with the notes in my brain. So the first thing I did was I watched the TV movie.
Okay.
The TV movie series. So that's 3 episodes, and
Yeah, I said that was 2 parts last episode. Sorry about that. I genuinely just forgot that it's 3 parts.
yeah, so that was 3 parts. Each was an hour and a half, so it's 3 movies basically. It was a trilogy.
And what a trilogy. Fuck Star Wars.
Okay, so look, I've always
Lord of the Rings, get out of here.
the energy I've always heard this thing referred to with was one that was like, oh my god, can you believe they made another Shining and it's the Stephen King approved one and it was a TV movie series? Like, wow, how embarrassing. And I'm fucking watching this shit and it's hazy Days of Our Lives filter. It's like the whole thing is filmed like a soap opera.
1997's The Shining is like if Hallmark remade The Shining.
And I'm actually leaning back going, okay, that's interesting, right? Like, because what I'm seeing here is, you know, taking what I know from the movie and not knowing the book, but knowing that like Stephen King has, like, okay, the Kubrick film is this, to me, it's like this amazing standalone piece of like amazing American horror that like there's always been more to it, but you're just looking at peak cinematography, peak performance, peak everything, right? And I didn't really know what the connections were to like how these material was treated by Stephen King, but I could imagine, because there's the things I do know about Stephen King is that he always has, you know, these connections to the unknown, the ethereal. He's got these like weird Americana with something going wrong. He's always got the magical Negro is a big part of a Stephen King thing. There's always one of those, right?
Stephen King is like, he's a really interesting character. Like, in a weird way, I would say that there's probably no one more influential on modern horror than Stephen King.
Interesting.
Like, he is in everything. Like, you could say Lovecraft, but like Lovecraft is far enough along. And I think when you look at like the contemporary horror landscape, it's kind of returned to Lovecraft, but King is just, his output is so massive and influential.
And so I feel like something that always comes up too is, as I mentioned, like he's got a thing where he loves like Southern black charm and always has characters that are full of that sort of, you know, the almost like the voodoo, the world of, you know, grandma's magic that we don't know anything about, you know, the same kind of magic that made Sinners happen, you know, but watching this, it was interesting because then I also saw things like the entire way that Danny is represented in this is, I'm like, oh, this is Danny Torrance as a Stephen King character in the 1997 show. Now I get what this little boy was. He wasn't just a haunted little kid that, you know, like everything was out for him, but there was something else going on. And he was like, because like the Danny Torrance from the Kubrick film is almost like a Damien, like this you know, possessed child that is like the spirit of the...
He barely has any dialogue. He just looks haunted the entire movie.
And all you're believing is just like, yes, the evils of this world and this location are messing him up, but he was already kind of messed up to begin with. He's spooked, this child, you know, possessed, you know, perhaps. And then you're kind of seeing it in the context of this film where you're like, oh, it takes its time to like perhaps too much so, because you spend a lot of time with the family before they get to the hotel, the Overlook Hotel. But it goes, this is a kid with powers, and sometimes those powers are real, and we see that established in the movie. But then we see his imaginary friend Tony, not as like this little finger puppet, but as a real stand that appears next to him. That's this
as a floating after-school dare.
Yes,
like dare representative. Like, don't do drugs, kids. Like, that's what he feels like.
This glasses-wearing teenager Tony shows up and is actually saying, "Don't do that. Watch out, Danny." And is like being this imaginary friend that's more than the boy that lives in my throat, right? The idea of the boy that lives in my throat is like a kind of, again, creepy, dark. We don't know what that means exactly, but it's a completely different energy when it's like, no, it's this magical, mystical force that is looking out for you, you know? And that feels more like what I hear of Stephen King stuff, you know?
So Stephen, like, have you ever read any Stephen King stuff?
I haven't.
So I love Stephen King's writing. I think Stephen King is genuinely great. I think like his writing is beautiful. Like his prose are really, really imaginative and descriptive and everything. And he's an excellent writer. And like the thing about him though is like he's in love with the idea of stories for story's sake. And the thing he cares the absolute least about is what a story like means. And I say that in the same way I talk about Junji Ito. Junji Ito is not trying to make grand points with his horror, and he's been like really direct and open about that. Stephen King is kind of something similar. It's a little less so. Like, you know, occasionally he will write he writes good characters and like he does stuff like that. But he's not super concerned with like subtext or stuff like that.
Yes.
He just wants to write scary shit, and he is incredibly good at it. Like the short story 1408 is maybe the scariest piece of media, or one of the scariest pieces of media I have ever encountered.
Interesting.
And that is basically, I don't know if it came before or after The Shining. I think it came after, but it's basically like, imagine if you compressed all the ghosts of The Shining down into one hotel room.
Okay.
And fuck, dude, it is chilling.
Interesting. So I feel like, yeah, you watch Stephen King going, I know writers who use subtext and they're all cowards.
That's it. That's 100% this film.
Right. Meanwhile, Kubrick is out here building a kingdom of subtext.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
So like, it's crazy. So when I look at this 1997 film, I go, oh, I understand the spite version of fuck him, I'm gonna do this the way I want to do it and include my stuff. And sometimes it's so heavy-handed that I'm like, yeah, I don't know that we needed to see the TV flashback to him, the arm getting broken, you know? I don't know that it helps to show that stuff, but it does really make me laugh when you watch Jack walk up to a bar and look in the window and just see this dude, this old man at the bar, just at the same time that Jack walks up to look in the window. All he sees is old man turns around with a beer and goes, "Hey." Yeah. And it's the most ridiculous moment of like, alcohol, am I right? You know?
So, you know, like I didn't recommend you the 1997 like Shining because I thought it was shit. I love the 1997 version.
Yeah.
It's goofy and it's stupid, but it's a kind of comfort watch for me. Like I think there's a coziness to this movie.
I totally see what you're talking about, and the fact that like it has commercial breaks means that there are tense moments that have to end like that, you know, as with the hammers in the air and we cut to black, you know, what's gonna happen?
So there's so many scenes in this movie where like a scene will happen, just a normal scene, and then the camera just pans over and a window just goes and it's like it's like Stephen King looking down the camera and being like, and then a ghost did something. It's like,
and then a ghost shut the door. Right? Terror and like scary angle shots of hedge animals, you know, and you're just like, oh, these fucking just the dumbest, like, oh, but it's so ridiculous. But there is a charm to how, yes, straightforward it's played. Also, the difference in energy from, again, the haunted, spooky red rum child that we all know to, no, Mom, I just kind of want to, my friend Tony is, I just kind of want to.
This is,
and he keeps doing this thing with his mouth.
This kid is the personification of, oh, gee willikers.
Oh, gosh.
Like, he's...
I love you, Daddy, and I just kind of want to play with my toys, and oh, no, the ghosts are... There's bad things happening in that room, and oh, no. You know?
Yeah, and he's also able to shoot, like, real psychic blasts.
Yeah.
Like...
And you know, it's a different energy kid, you know. That's oh gosh, he's got, I can't even do it properly, but I kind of talk a little bit like, I'm kind of nasally. I'm a little kid that's nasally.
Yeah.
And he does like he has all these moments where you kind of see like, oh no, the powers are real, the stuff is real, the shining is,
well, like right in the opening scene, it's like Wendy asks the kid, oh, did your dad get the job?
Yes.
Because she knows that he has psychic powers. And I feel like already, like one of the scariest things about The Shining from Wendy's perspective, I think, is like, okay, my husband, I am locked in this hotel by myself up in the mountains. My husband is trying to murder me with an axe, and I cannot tell what the fuck is happening, my child.
Yeah.
Like, that's terrifying. But here she already knows it, you know?
Now here's the thing is, you cannot replicate the ridiculous talent of the cast in the Kubrick version of the film.
Oh, no.
We're just not even gonna try, right? I mean, Jack is... We'll get there. It's... Jack talking to Lloyd are amongst the greatest moments in cinema history. Like, it's unbelievable. I can't say enough about those moments. But them going for this different version of the character that is like, okay, what's another threatening family man gone wrong type thing? And here they go for a super wholesome, heavy-handed Ryan Gosling type that... him falling off the wagon, it doesn't go into the like Jack always had a darkness to him, right? You barely could see Jack.
So I guess, sorry, Woolie, just for 1 sec, just in case someone hasn't seen this Shining, I just want to set it up for them real quick. I'm sure most people know what we're talking about.
By all means, yeah, absolutely.
The Shining is this story where basically this family of a father, son, and the mother get this caretaking job to go up to this snow-swept mountain in the middle of winter and basically inhabit this massive hotel all by themselves. They have to stay there for 5 months and like keep the boiler running so the hotel doesn't freeze over. But as they're there, they start to realize it's haunted, and eventually Jack famously takes an axe and attempts to murder his wife and son. Horrific idea for like a horror story. And I think what's so captivating about these two films side by side is how differently they are handled.
Yes.
Sorry, I just
absolutely.
There's the top line.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because the thing that makes the story always super compelling and horrifying is the slow build and the moments of like a scared mom and wife trying to plead with someone she loves to please not kill us. That is always going to wrench you in the guts, right? Mm-hmm. Shelley Duvall and Jack Nicholson are goated forever.
Oh, yeah.
And we've talked about like the cost it took on her in the process, right? And but in terms of performance, Rebecca De Mornay is not Shelley Duvall. And
yeah, like she's a babe. She's a pretty lady, but she also, like, in fairness to her, that script does not give her a lot to work with either.
Right.
Like, she's written like a TV mom, you know, like it's.
But look at what Shelley does with it. You know, it's all in her performance. It's in her face. It's in the little moments. It's in the little shakes and the No,
I think I think the moments of terror from Shelley Duvall and Stanley Kubrick's Shining is the most real fear I have ever seen from an actor.
100%.
Like, oh my
100%.
God, she looks so scary.
It's so unorganized and random, and it is a person who is terrified and doesn't know what to do. Like, you're seeing the hair pull and the eye, and like everything about it is just, this is raw, this is real, this is not going through a filter, you know? And so I'm like thinking about that, and I'm like, okay, I'm not going to even hold the candle towards Wendy's role here. But when it comes to Jack, what you get out of this kind of guy is, I'm looking at Jack Nicholson and I'm like, even when he was on his way in the car, there was always a darkness, right?
So just on that note, one criticism I always really disagree with people have of Jack Nicholson's performance in The Shining is they always say, like, he was too crazy from the start. And I don't disagree with that. Or no, I disagree with that. I think in the start, you can see there's a darkness in him, but he's not crazy yet.
No, he's not crazy. No, but there's a darkness, right?
Yeah.
And I think that darkness you're seeing is the stress he's going under, the performativeness of him trying to get the job and smile, and I'm the caretaker, don't worry, I can do whatever you need me to be, right? While also, like, knowing that he's like, this is somebody who's fucking going to AA, who's a slave to the bottle, and god damn it, does he need a drink, right? That's right there. This is a recovering alcoholic, and he's done shit that he knows he's guilty of and feels bad about, but that darkness is there. You feel it coming off of him, I feel like, from the jump. And also Jack Nicholson's face, you cast a dude that looks like that, and you're looking at those eyebrows, and you're like, how happy can someone with those eyebrows ever be? You know? But what you get with the TV version is, again, Ryan Gosling energy is kind of the way I describe it. And when he starts, and he's kind of, hey there, champ. And like when he starts losing it, he goes into Patrick Bateman territory. Right? He starts, I feel like what we see him doing is kind of being, not when he's completely lost it, by the way. I mean, like, on the way down, he's being very smiley and being like, hey there, bud. You know, like, imagine the face, think of the face that Patrick Bateman makes right as he's talking, as he's putting on the coat and grabbing the axe, going, and the great thing about them, right? He's kind of like that, with just like kissing, that's what I've been missing, you know?
Oh my god. Okay, we'll get to that fucking line. And it's I think the thing I feel with this dude is that when I think about like Jack Nicholson's performance, I think there is a gradient that starts with dark but not insane,
yes,
to absolutely out of his mind, murderously insane. And to me, the film just takes you down that line. With this other dude in the 1997 version, I kind of just feel like he's playing like 5 different characters. And there's no real connection, and there's no grounding for the character. When this character talks about writing a play, I have no fucking idea what kind of play this person would try and write, right, you know?
Right. And I'm gonna, and the thing is too, is that like, he, like, when you talk about that gradient with Jack Nicholson, right? One of my favorite things, what a good movie. The final, like, he gets down, he goes further and further down, right? And they have less time to make that fall happen in. So each time he does or says something, it's that much more important, right? So when you get to the point of him being like, when he's like, when I said I'm going to hurt you, you didn't let me finish, right? When you get to the point where it's like, he said, I'm going to bash your fucking brains in. Like, that is midway through the dark to unhinged, unbelievable madness, because the final stage he gets to, there's no words coming out anymore. When he's running through the hedge maze, he's just going, "Rah!" Like, he's gone. Like, there's nothing there, right? And when
that shot where he kills Dick Halloran,
yep,
and he just kind of comes back up into shot. And it's oh my god, that expression is fucking insane.
Or
the expression when he's
looking out the window. Looking,
yep.
And then a little bit of the eyes just going, and that's it, right? Eyes just going from here to here, and you're like, fucking masterpiece, right?
Yeah, you're looking at it and you're like,
cinema.
that is a man who is considering murdering his wife and child and doesn't know why he's feeling it.
And nothing in the TV show is going to be anywhere near that subtle or brilliantly shot. But what you are going to get is a really cool effect where when the husband is looking in the mirror at himself, the lighting suddenly changes a little bit, and then the light comes from underneath him, and you're like, oh, okay, there's a little subtle shift there.
So, okay, here's the thing about the 1997 version. It's got some stuff. I will say there is a part of this movie I find genuinely quite terrifying.
Mm-hmm. You asked me to pick out 3 moments that I thought stood out in the TV show that were better than Kubrick's The Shining.
Yeah. After rewatching it, I'm like, okay, there is definitely not 3.
That's psychotic.
Maybe not even 1.
You realize,
maybe not even 1.
You realize how psychotic that ask is.
Okay, but I am willing to downgrade that to moments that are like decent.
Yes, and I have a couple of those that I was like,
okay.
Right? I loved that the stinger of the second episode first was the shot of all the dining chairs sliding off the table in the dining room was cool. After a bunch of ghosts closing doors and opening windows, and you're like, oh my God, okay, whatever, right? And Steven's like, no, you don't understand, though, the Overlook. And this is the actual building that inspired the real...
I need you to know there are ghosts in this hotel.
All the chairs at the same time is like, ooh, okay, that was a little like, you got me there. Mm-hmm. I think the best thing the movie does is it's the shot of drunken Jack wandering through the party after he's had a few, and he's just kind of like, yeah, he's saluting everybody and whatever and talking, and it's just a smash cut to him in an empty room.
That's nice.
Just
That's
going,
nice.
Hey, well, yeah, no, I'm coming. Hey, Gatsby, you old dog, you. And then it just cuts back to the party. Like, I love that. That's great. I love a good ridiculous smash cut in a moment like that. It reminds me of, have you ever seen Tenacious D, The Pick of Destiny?
No.
Oh, okay. There's a really, really funny moment in that where Jack Black is basically hallucinating and going down this amazing Sasquatch adventure on a colorful river ride, and everything's fun, and he's flying through the skies and rainbows are flying, and then it just hard cuts to him in a riverbed, just floating like face down, almost just going and then back to the dream, and I'm just like, I love that, right? It's ridiculous.
I think the change in tone in those moments can be so funny.
Yeah. I think that having the time to have a slow burn build up can make things work out a lot better in some cases. So you establish, I think, it's not really a single shot as much as it is an idea, where now I see the Stephen King move that the ending of this series gives you, which is the cut to the future 10 years later, when so Scatman Crothers survives, but it's not Scatman Crothers in this case, right?
Does. Yep.
And they go to the
Dick Halloran,
and they go to the graduation, and at the graduation they show up for an older Danny Anthony Torrance, and it's fucking Tony, the ghost kid from the beginning, and you're like, he's using The Shining to talk to himself in the past. That,
do you get it?
Yeah.
Do you get it?
And maybe you attribute that to Stephen King more than to the TV movie. But that was a moment of like, oh, that's who Tony is. I thought that was interesting to get that little extra there.
I mean, like, I think it's interesting, but like, it doesn't mean anything.
It just,
it's just like, yeah.
But it does create this thing of like, I can see how Stephen King's worlds all connect to each other when you have these like all these characters that can talk through time and through realities.
Oh
and
yeah,
dimensions.
like he has a dark fantasy about a cowboy called the Dark Tower,
right?
That is like
all the worlds connecting,
tangentially connected to The Shining in a way.
Yes. So the bad CG grass lions are terrible, and I will not give them praise. I hated everything about the grass monsters.
So you could understand how something like that actually really works in the book, and absolutely not at all here.
Terrible in the film.
I did like the one bit where she's like, it's Wendy like noticing something is wrong and just being like, well, why is there no snow on that lion?
Yeah,
and it's like, that is kind of creepy.
Yeah.
You know?
And then
like this indication that it had moved.
But then the characters go on to continue not acknowledging those things and being like, it's fine.
Yeah. At several points, they come like just dead. Like there's something supernatural here. And then being like, oh, it's fine. Like they forget about that woman in 237 real quick.
It's ridiculous. 217 at that, you know?
217,
yeah.
Okay.
The last thing this is the last piece of praise. I have the final, like you said, 3 things. My third piece of praise is, and this is probably from the books, I imagine. I think Kubrick's Shining has like an 15 on 10 ending, right? Like I can't talk about how fucking amazing that final, like, cut to the frozen face, and then the zoom in, right? Just, you can't touch it. But I do think it's a really cool plot device to have an idea in the story that is, this hotel has a boiler room in it that needs to be vented, and you can forget about that in the background, but when you remember it, you're always going, oh shit, wait, did they do it? And there's a literal physical device for your tension that has a meter on it that shows you how tense the situation is, and the characters can turn the tension down, but if they forget to do so, it's all gonna blow. And that existing in the background is a cool little thing about every time the boiler is not being addressed, I'm going, what about the boiler? What about the boiler? You know? And
I hear what you're saying. I think the idea that there's this hotel where if you don't do one thing every night, it's gonna explode.
Right.
Like to the point that at the end of the movie, the ghosts who haunt the hotel are trying to turn the boiler.
Yes.
And they're like, oh no, our haunted hotel is going to explode.
And so what I'm imagining reading a book where the valve comes up, where the boiler comes up like 3 times, 4 maybe, and you have massive amounts of chapters in between them, and I'm imagining it's not like every night, but it's like, hey, you gotta go keep an eye on this thing every couple weeks, you know, or something, whatever the case is, just don't ignore it, right? A background tension threat that needs to not be ignored, and you don't know where it's at if you forget about it, is, I'm like, oh, that's an interesting device to put into the story, because it makes you tense thinking about this thing underneath that's going to blow if you and like, why are the characters ignoring it? You don't do that. Go look at it. You know, I would be somebody that would check it all the time. It would make me crazy to think that there's a giant exploding fucking boiler room was under us the whole time, you know? So there you go. That's what I'll give this TV series.
Okay. So to me, there is actually, like, this is the one moment that terrifies me, okay? Here a boy, there a boy, everywhere a boy.
Yeah.
Do you know the part I'm talking about?
I know the part you're talking about.
I think the Room 237 scene is genuinely really well done and fucking creepy as shit.
Okay.
Did it not get you at all?
I think Room 217, the TV version.
217, sorry.
Is, I think it's weaker than 237, the Kubrick version.
Oh, no doubt. Like, that is not in question. It just scared me more than I thought it would, because I guess it's like, it's not Jack in the hotel room this time, it's Danny.
Yeah.
You're actually seeing the attack on Danny, and he goes into the room and he pulls back the shower curtain, and there's just this green, horrible looking woman, and like the makeup on her is kind of amazing. Like, she really looks awful, and she's singing this creepy song while like looking him dead in the face, and then he like tries to run, and you see her wet feet get out of the bathtub walking on the carpet, and she's singing this song, here a boy, there a boy, and like I was really spooked by that scene. It's
Old
the
MacDonald.
genuine, I think, like,
He's singing Old MacDonald Had a Farm, yeah.
Yeah, and then she starts singing it back to him. And I thought that scene was like well shot, well paced, full attention, and it actually got me a bit. Like, it still gets me a bit.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
Now, like, I think room 237 in the Kubrick film makes me feel like I'm losing my mind.
Yes. So
like I feel like I'm going insane watching that.
There's so, I mean, and the funny part is that it's just kind of an old lady going, yeah, I got you. You're right. I grossed you out. Ha. But like, one, her flesh is melting and falling off her body, and you want to talk about a decomposing corpse and all that, right? Like, that's all there. The bloat of sitting in a tub all for these years is a part of that.
I also I think that scene is terrifying before she even comes into frame. Before she even pulls back the curtain. Like, the way he creeps into that room, and it's just, the room itself is so strange. Like, it's just these awful kind of sickly garish colors, and everything about, and like, it's his expression.
And the carpet always makes you feel weird when the scene changes in this movie, right? And what I also love is the fact that, like, it takes him 0 seconds to start cheating on his wife. Like, 0 seconds, you know? It's not even real. He doesn't even know what's going on, but whatever happened, like, when he walks in, he's like, hey, a random lady is here, you know? And whoa, like, it's this level of like, oh, this is Jack, you know? And
it's also like, he knows this is the woman who just attacked his son.
And he's still sober, right? Yep. He's dry drunk, as it were. So that's kind of a nice establishing moment for him as a character. And then after he gets freaked out by it, he walks back to them before drinking and goes, there was nothing in there. It was nothing. Nothing happened. And that establishes so much about him as a person, you know, before he even falls to temptation, that I feel like I prefer that version of the scene as far as like what it says about him compared to, you know,
like, there's no context between the scenes.
But I can see how it got you, you know?
I think old ghost ladies spook me out a little bit.
I mean, I will say that TV version of Scatman Crothers is, I keep saying that because that's who he is, but I
get you.
What's his name?
Dick Halloran.
Dick is like, it's Melvin Van Peebles, right? He's just this swag, smooth.
He's
dude.
Entertaining.
He's entertaining. He's got the coolest car, and he's got like the swaggiest suit, and just the most handsome. He's a debonair old black man that's just like swagging it up in a way that, like, I feel like Scatman Crothers as the old Dick, you know, was kind of just like, he's a nice old man, a kindly old man that, you know, he sits down and talks to Danny, and he's like relating to him in this way, but he wasn't like cool, you know? He was just
and I also think there's something kind of uncomfortable about him because he's being so friendly towards Danny because he needs to get this message in there of like, there's weird shit here, don't like, you know, like, there's a kind of panic to him nearly.
But it was also weirder though, because like the way that it happens in the Kubrick film, he goes, hey, we got some ice cream, would you like some? And then later goes, let me get that ice cream for you want to come get it? And you're like, oh yeah, we're gonna walk over here and get it and then have a quick talk, right? But in the TV show, he's like, hey, you just met me, you guys go put your bags in your room, I'll take your son and we'll hang out for a while, don't worry, I'll bring him right back to you. And it's this weird, like, no, that would be awkward for most parents to just be like, go with that stranger now.
I hear you. I also think this existed in a very different time. There's a moment in the old It movies I really love where basically the gang, you know the basic story.
Yeah.
The gang are like they're building a dam down beside a riverbed, and this cop finds them down there, and he's like, "You kids know that there's a serial killer on the loose, right?" And they're like, "Yeah." And then he's like, "Okay, well, don't build that dam too high," and he just leaves.
Yeah.
So I think just stranger danger was much less of a thing back then.
Yeah. But I said it before, and so what I'll say again is just like, there is the biggest thing though that really you're not trying to make the comparison the whole time, but I'm like, oh, I'm really missing this, is just the difference between the relationship that Jack has with Grady and Lloyd in Kubrick's version and the TV version is you can't replace that. The version of Grady in the TV show is kind of this like groundskeeper type dude, and he's like, "Oh, sir, yeah, sir, right away, sir. You know, like I'll get you what you needed. Are you going to take care of that thing we talked about? It seems like they're bringing an outside, party into our affairs, And that's all there, but it does read as like 70s kind of almost like sitcom-y train conductor guy in a way. And the version of Lloyd and Grady in Kubrick is just this menacing, super weird, stilted, and so my daughters needed to be corrected. And then my wife tried to stop me, and I corrected her. And that shit that fucking makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up, right? And the way, and he's not even looking at him dead on. He's looking at him from the side, and even little things like that. And he's like, "I have no recollection of what you're saying, sir," and even just casually dropping like the N-word to refer to the cook, to refer to him.
That's a hard R. That's a hard R.
Hard R,
yep.
Right?
Yep, that's a bad one.
Your son is trying to bring an outsider into our affairs. That relationship is unbelievable, and I like losing that is rough.
Yeah, and like I think who's the bad guy of the TV version of The Shining? It's a bunch of weird ghosts who live in a hotel.
Yeah.
Who's the bad guy of the Stanley Kubrick version? It's the fucking hotel.
Oh
no, it's the hotel.
I'm like
what does that mean? I don't know.
Okay.
Like Jack is the bad guy, but it's the hotel that takes over him and corrupts him. And like, what does it want? What is it? Like, what kind of being is it? It's not a bunch of dead people. Yeah. It's something fucking else. Something so much deeper or darker, to the point when it says, Grady has a line where it's like, the management has the management wanted to offer their full support, and it's like who the fuck is the management? It's this unseen force.
And like when Lloyd is like, "Don't worry, it's from the house."
That's it. That's it.
From the house. Yeah. Like that's a way of referring to it. It's like, oh no. Usually you talk about, it's on the house. No. It's on the house, right?
Yeah.
And then the what you have with the Overlook, which inspired the real book, from the TV show, is a normal ass cabin hotel that's pretty nice, but then every once in a while you gotta use a string to pull a door shut. And here you have hostile architecture.
Yep.
Hostile in following the trike around, as Danny's riding through, impossible turns that make no sense, and buildings and carpeting that is aggressive.
Every room looks like it's from a different hotel.
Everything feels like aggressive and mean in the structure of it. I totally know what you mean. Yes. So
I love that scene where Danny comes in and the doors open and you see Jack in the mirror, and he comes over and he's like, "Come here to me, Danny." And they're just sitting together, and Danny just goes, "You'd never hurt me and Mom, would you?" And it's like, oh my
Yeah.
fucking God.
Yeah.
Oh my fucking God.
I mean, even little things like the way the trike goes off the carpet and silence, and then back onto the hardwood. Bzzz, 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 and you're building this tension, right? One thing I always admired a ton too was about, like, you want to talk about, like, how do we make Jack fall faster in a shorter time frame of a film? When he's like, God damn it, I could use a fucking drink, right? That kind of moment. And then just kind of looks around and out of nowhere just goes, Lloyd, right? And you're like, he know what he's in. He just knows this bartender, and then Lloyd is there, and you're like, a sudden shift occurred, and it's so abrupt that you're like, oh, he's way more haunted already than we thought. The house has been whispering into his ear, and the first manifestation of that is he knows the name of this person, and he kind of is like, oh, but you've kind of always been here, and he compares him, and then now we get into some of that other shit, but the fact that he refers to a bartender ghost immediately that is a stranger, and he doesn't have a moment of, hey, what's going on, who are you? He right away knows him and sits down and has that drink,
And I think, like, another read on that bit that I kind of like is nearly like Jack wants so badly for there to be a drink that he's like, Lloyd, like, he nearly just pretends to himself a bartender's there, and the house is immediately like,
let's do it. Yeah, 100%, right? And the one he does not, the person who he does go, hey, wait a minute, who are you? Is when he runs into Grady right after, But the Lloyd part is just like, oh, that desperate need inside of him to use, I also think too as well, like, they really heavy hand the I gotta get to a meeting in the TV version. I gotta, oh man, I know I'm an alcoholic, all that stuff, and like the version that you get from Jack is just like, I know, God, fucking, it's just there, it's below the surface, it's simmering, and then he holds it up and he's just like, to 5 fucking months of sobriety, like it's. It feels so visceral, So,
totally. On the subject of, like, the hotels, I think it's so interesting how different those hotels come across in that movie. Because the Kubrick hotel just feels like this gaping abyss. Like, I look at that movie and that hotel feels infinite. It just feels like it goes on forever. And that's, I think, one of the parts I find so scary about it, because when I talk about, like, it's on the house, it's like somewhere so deep in this place is like this entity, this darkness, but you never see it. Yeah.
And just when you think you might have a handle on the layout of the hotel and what's going on, don't forget there's a fucking labyrinth out front that is not in the original. That's an addition, Yep.
So it's interesting because, like, oh, sorry, you go.
Oh, no, I was going to switch it up after. So go ahead.
Just like the hotel in the Stephen King Shining is the actual hotel that inspired The Shining. Stephen King stayed at that hotel, and the idea for The Shining came to him.
Oh, I thought it said that he stayed at the one in the TV show, and Kubrick picked that different one for that film. I thought
so. No, he did stay at the one in the TV show. That's the one.
Yes, that's what I was referring to. Yes, okay, yes.
And the Kubrick one isn't a hotel; it's a soundstage.
Right. Okay. Right. And there's a building from the outside with that facade that they kind of mixed and matched things to be illogical. Yeah.
I have been to that hotel.
The Kubrick one. Or the real one?
No.
The TV one?
The Kubrick one doesn't exist.
Sorry.
The TV one exists.
Wow, you went. That's crazy.
Yeah. I went with... do you remember after we went to... was it Too Many Games?
Oh, Philadelphia.
Yeah, I went there after that. I met up with Oni, and the two of us went to the Shining Hotel. And,
it's in Philly?
That hotel, it's in Boulder.
Okay.
Or near Boulder.
Colorado, okay.
That hotel has a presence. Like, there is legit something to it. Like, and it was like something kind of spooky and weird, but it was also like this kind of fucking, oh god. So I had this moment where I am, hold on, I'm just trying to find the photo here. I don't think I can actually find it. I went to that hotel, and it was like really cool, and it was really interesting, and it was kind of spooky, you know. It was also like really high up in the mountains, and I got shit faced. I had 2 drinks there. I had like a special shining drink, because like, you know, they have like the shining shit everywhere, and it was great.
And you're breathing mountain oxygen.
Yeah.
So
and
it ain't the
it was
same.
this like fun kind of surreal memory. But I was playing the Silent Hill 2 remake last year. And I don't know if you noticed, the Lakeside Hotel is the hotel from the Stephen King Shining.
Oh.
And like, dude, it hit me, right? I had this weirdly like powerful sensation when I was playing that bit in Silent Hill 2, where I was like looking around, I was like, I've been here. And I couldn't place it immediately. I was like, what the fuck? I have been here. I know this place. And then I realized I was simultaneously experiencing the memory of being in that hotel with Oni, as well as this TV movie. And it was this insane, like, oh my god, I know this space I'm inhabiting this video game in. And it was weird because like Silent Hill, like, you know, it's all about memory and like how you perceive memories, and like it was fucking weird, but it was uniquely powerful in a way that no one else will ever experience, you know, because no one has that specific combination of things.
I mean, I love that when you play Yakuza, you know, or when you play Shin Megami Tensei, they often go to stations where if you visited them, you're like, I know this station, I've been here, you know, you get that memory. I remember a friend of mine was talking about how in Assassin's Creed 2 in Florence, he's like, that is really the Florence, you know, that he's like, I know that. He's like, you're looking around as like, oh, absolutely. I remember that area, that place right there, that street, etc. So like, that's a really powerful thing to be kind of haunted by, a real life memory and a video game memory, but you can't quite place it. You know, that's really cool.
And like because it's the best part of the Silent Hill 2 remake as well, in my opinion, because like it's one of the only parts of the games where they really back off, and for just this like 20-minute section, you're just walking around this empty hotel. And it's fucking so crazy feeling.
The times when that backfires, though, that's really weird, is when somewhere is used as a reference point and you know it well enough that when something falls out of place, you immediately get ripped out of the thing. So,
right.
The Jackal was an old Bruce Willis movie that was filmed in Montreal, and it was pretty ridiculous. He's an assassin, and like there's a scene.
So, Woolie, this is so weird. My friend's dad was a location scout for the Jackal. That's the only reason I know what that movie is.
Oh my god! Well, he picked my city because they shot it here, and it's got a scene where Jack Black makes him a gun and he shoots his arm off, and it's wild. But the end of that movie takes place inside a very famous, it's basically our Grand Central Station, like main subway area, you know? Lionel Gru. And you see him running around inside the station, and you're like, oh my god, I know that place. I take the train there every day, right? And then he turns a corner and it's not that. And you're like, oh God, that's the wrong place. No, this geography makes no sense. Like the whole thing, you know, the like the architecture falls apart because you're like, I know that area too well. And the movie is assuming that I don't, you know? But like The Shining, I'm sure it's like a thing of like the more uneasy you feel being out of place when you go from one corner to another. Makes sense and leans into it because we've spent a lot of time showing these tracking shots, doing loops around the main areas so that you would start to feel familiar, but then not fully understand where things are placed, you know? So you then also recommended Room 237.
So this is my question, Woolie. Did you watch The Shining properly?
I then watched The Shining before Room 237. So I watched it.
And after you watched The Shining Room 237, did you go into Premiere? Did you speed reverse The Shining? Did you overlay it on yourself, on itself,
and watch it forwards and backwards at the same time?
Because that's the way it's meant to be seen.
Room 237 is a documentary that was about The Shining, the Kubrick film. And this is crazy because I was expecting, when you told me to add this to the list, I was expecting to be shown a behind the scenes of Kubrick and how he makes his movies. And I was expecting to see, like, yep, this is how 2001: A Space Odyssey went. Here's
Woolie was expecting to talk it up about mise en scène and film grain,
and I was expecting a big thing about like how Shelley Duvall got really fucked up by this filming process, right? And what instead I got was a series of video essays stitched together.
Yep, that's exactly what this is. Yep.
It's 9 video essays about people in the film industry that watched The Shining and saw more to it than the original, than is on the surface, I suppose. And them,
or did they?
And it's talking about these things they noticed in the movies that you might have missed. And it's almost like the video thumbnail for this should have a big arrow with a circle pointing and a coffee can in the background.
Wooly, this is 9 conspiracy theories. Like, that's
Did
what this is.
you see it? It's the coffee behind him, you know. But I'm making fun of all that, and it's funny to see them using like eyes wide shut footage and like editing in like Shining footage into it while the people are talking. Mm-hmm. But it's kind of nuts though, because when you're describing these moments of hidden things, it shows you things where you're like, no, this is not accidental, because they're describing how he says this was on an Indian burial ground, and we know that this area had a horrible history, and they use this can in the background where it says the word peace pipe, right? And we know what that means. And in one scene, it's facing a clean direction when Scatman Crothers is looking at him and giving him the like.
You can read the whole word of peace pipe.
But then later, when it's inside of Jack's mind, we're seeing it's all cut up and broken up, and they're like, yeah, there's shots of Kubrick on the set rotating the cans to deliberately hide the word, and you're like, this is all deliberate. He absolutely did this, and it makes perfect sense when you get the overall narrative of like these 9 people are describing these insane narratives to the movie and things that the subtext covers, but you're like, how is this possible? And you're like, because Kubrick is a 200 IQ genius that is challenging himself while he's making these films. And he's kind of bored and perhaps trying to do more, and also has things he wants to get across and get off his chest, right? One might be about the slaughter of the Native Americans and the quote-unquote white man's burden, which is a line that Jack says, right? And another might be about how, hey, did I film the moon landing? I don't know.
So yeah, okay, let's go through the theories. The Shining is a movie about the slaughter of the Native Americans. The Shining is a movie about the Holocaust. The Shining is a movie of Kubrick admitting that he faked the moon landing. The Shining is a movie about how demons want to have sex with people. The Shining is a movie about
the Minotaur and the Labyrinth.
Oh, the Minotaur. Yep, that was
right.
Another one.
The ancient, yes, reference to the Minotaur and the Labyrinth. Mm-hmm.
And all these people are so sure of their version of The Shining.
And another one is about The Shining is ghosts that want to have sex with humans, exactly. And then also The Shining is about going in reverse is how we fix trauma and learn from the mistakes of the past, and walking backwards in our footsteps to learn and to hide and to get out from the maze is the only way to escape the cycle, right? And playing the movie backwards at the same time. What I will say about the moon landing one is they do specifically underline and say, I'm not saying we never went to the moon. I'm saying that what they showed the American people was fake before we actually had real footage of doing it, you know? And you're like, all right, I can understand that one. It's like, no, we went there, but they made a thing to fake to show people to get there first. If you say so,
Okay, look. So, just to briefly talk about moon landing conspiracy theories.
Yes.
I think it's odd that we went there and we've kind of stopped going there.
It's nuts.
I think that's strange. I also don't know fucking anything about space travel, and I'm not going to pretend I do, and I'm not going to watch one video essay and pretend I do.
So yes, exactly. I've heard that a million reasons. I've heard that it's too dangerous and too expensive, and funding is always getting cut, and it's hard to get people excited about doing cool things in space when there's a lot of problems here in our backyards, and yada yada. But at the end of the day, it's kind of like, okay, if you were going to pick a director at the time to do this, you picked the right guy. I'll give you that much, right?
So, okay, Woolie, what did you think?
Michael Bay's moon landing. I thought it was insane sounding, and I rolled my eyes, and then I started seeing them pausing the frames to show you the stuff. And then explaining why it was more deliberate, because it's like, no. That's a German typewriter. He picked the word eagle for its brand. There's eagles that show up elsewhere in Kubrick's films. That's not deliberate. That's not a thing. That's not for nothing. 42 shows up on his shirt. 42 shows up when you multiply 2 by 3 by 7. 2 by 3 by 7. 42 shows up in all these places. 1942, and you're like, fuck, right? And all you have to do is that one screenshot. There's one photo of Kubrick rotating the coffee tin. He's rotating it to make sure that the word is hidden. And I'm like, God damn it, he's doing it on purpose. I think it's easily a case of him doing all of the above, because he's taking all of the subtext and putting it everywhere. And again, if you're a genius and you want to make this more than what it is, you will hide a million things. You will make that movie poster have a minotaur on it. You'll make the labyrinth reference clear. You'll have the line on the carpet that the ball rolls up to Danny on then disappears in the next shot. And then the fucking crazy one is when when Dick drives past the car wreck on the way up to the Overlook and sees a truck that crashed in the winter on top of a red Beetle. And the red Beetle is the car that Jack drives in the original novel and in the TV version of the movie. But in this version, Kubrick's version, he doesn't drive that car. He drives a yellow car. And it's like, I specifically put a crushed red Beetle to say, nah, Steven, I'm doing my thing. Fuck your dream. And you're like, oh, if you're Stephen King and you see the vehicle that you made the character drive changed for no reason, and then the one that you did give him crushed here to be like, yeah, fuck you, then you're going to be like, I hate this version of The Shining. I'm doing my own version with blackjack and hookers. It makes a ton of sense because that's a super deliberate thing to put in the movie.
And what about the scene where the Ullman gets a erection for 1 second?
Yeah, that's ridiculous. That's a lot.
Woolie, it's all ridiculous. These people are lunatics. Woolie, this has backfired. Woolie, you can't believe this insanity, right? Buddy, oh no, Woolie, no, these people are insane.
I thought the shot of, but isn't the shot when the ball rolls up actually then the wrong carpet? Isn't the thing when he turns and goes into the bathroom?
Okay, Woolie,
isn't it actually
which is more
impossible architecture?
Which is more likely? Stanley Kubrick being like, okay, kid, get up. We need to signal that you are now trapped in a hexagon for some reason, so we're going to rotate the shot. Or is it Stanley looking at the lights and being like, I think the lighting is probably a little better from this direction.
You know what? Sure. I mean, I will, like, the bits where you're like, hey, play this backwards and play 2001 and look at how the ape scenes are so similar. You're batshit. Yes, you're completely crazy on that one. And you're looking at people that read too far into analysis of Ava and what everything Anno was going for.
Even the 42 shit. Like, this is something that's so easy to do, right? You can basically, it's like, okay, if you multiply room 237 and it makes 42, it's like, okay, and if you fucking divide it by 8 and shit on it, it makes something as well. You know, it's like none of this has any grounding in reality.
Oh. Okay.
Now, look.
I thought some of it did. I don't know.
Okay, and look, I'm not trying to take that away from you, and I don't like to.
No. I didn't know. I didn't know that was the goal, because when I watched it and I saw him arranging the coffee tin, I went, "Oh, you have proof that he deliberately rotated these things to be a certain way," and I guess that means he was doing this on purpose. Or maybe he was just...
Okay, what you have proof of is that Stanley Kubrick rotated a coffee tin.
Yes.
Full stop.
Yeah. This is true.
So, okay, no, look, I think this stuff is genuinely, like, really, really fascinating, because I think that the Room 237... it's one of the most important films in the world for getting into, like, media analysis and media interpretation, because to me what it says, and if you believe kind of like the theories in the movie, I genuinely don't mean to ridicule that. I think those people are lunatics.
Okay.
But what it says to me is that you can look at media and you can see whatever
you see whatever you want. You can see whatever you want. This is true.
You know? And you can even make those arguments compelling.
Yeah.
You know?
Because there's one of them where they go, like, here's a shot of them walking around the hotel out front, and here's an absurd moment where a car looks like it's about to hit them, and then it's suddenly not. And you're looking at all these continuity errors, and you're going, that could be a continuity error, or it could be the Overlook Hotel, you know?
Yep. But, like, here's the thing, right? If someone wants to look at The Shining and say, this film to me is about the genocide of the Native Americans, I'm kind of like, okay, you know, like let's dig into that. And but that's like a different conversation for if someone says The Shining is secretly about the genocide of the Native Americans, and Stanley Kubrick put all these secret messages in it that I have identified and now I have decoded, and I am sure that I have now understanding what Stanley Kubrick is saying to me specifically. That is like, okay, now we're reaching.
Yes.
And, like, I genuinely think art is whatever you make of it. I am a big believer in, like, the Shigesato Itoi quote, where he talks about how art is a collaboration between the creator and the audience. You both bring something to it. I think that treating art like it is all a secret message to be decoded, I don't think that's how art works a lot of the time, and I don't think that's how creation works, you know. Do people put secret codes in movies? Sure, absolutely. But, like, what about the bit where he was like, and Stanley Kubrick puts his face in the clouds?
Yeah. They show you the clouds, and I'm like, what? Yeah. And I went back, and I'm like, what? Yeah, 100%. Chess. His face is in the clouds. Yes, that. But I will. But, like, the whole, like, some directors are they do things mise en scène, right? Sure. But there's also directors that absolutely do hide things for you in these ways, and, like, you can't watch a Tarantino movie and tell me that he's not deliberately overflowing every frame with, like, tons of little things that he's just like, hey, remember this cool thing from this show I used to like? Remember this old movie? Remember this old prop? All of that is there, you know? And he also is someone who, like a Tarantino film will have tons of little things like, oh, did you catch that in Reservoir Dogs in the beginning when Mr. Orange is the one that, like, rats out the at the restaurant, you know, like who didn't pay or whatever the question was or so. Like there's one of the little things like that where you're like, oh yeah, Tarantino does do things like that. He does play games with his movies. Kill Bill is a billion little things that are just like, hey, did you get into Shaw Brothers kung fu action flicks? I love those too. So
yeah, well, like it's not saying that there isn't nuance in film, but there is a point where you like, we as humans, we are programmed to identify patterns. And the problem is that sense is so desired in us, and we so want to seek out meaning in things that sometimes we start to identify patterns where there is none. We start to see faces in trees. It's like there's all this kind of stuff. And I think what this film to me is that sense absolutely run amok.
Okay, fair enough.
But like, it's tricky, right? Because you have two sides of the spectrum, and one, you have like these theorists about all these secret messages on the other in The Shining. And then the other side of the spectrum is it's not that deep bros.
Yeah.
And they're fucking wrong too. Yeah. You know?
Because, I mean, you can't watch Kubrick movies and not eventually feel like, oh, the framing of this very symmetrical 3-point perspective creepy thing is constantly coming back up. There is always a jarring, straight-on framing of subject in the middle, the horizon and distance box created, by a ton of moments of whether he's on the tricycle riding around the hotel, whether it's he's walking down the hallway, or he's running towards the camera, or it's the twins in the hallway, over and over and over and over and over again, he does these things, and he has these shots handled a certain way. It's like, okay, he does think of framing and blocking things off deliberately like this, right? They also have moments where they talk about how the slow overlay fades from one thing to the other, and like the steeple of the hotel becoming like the ladder like this, or the pack or the bags like eventually fades into where the people are. And it's like, no, there are people who do plan out and edit things like that. They do think about how the transition is going to go from one to the other. Sure, but I don't think the people being bunched up together where the luggage is necessarily means that's a reference to Schindler's List and the Holocaust, where people became luggage, right? Piles of luggage. I think that is extreme and not what he is going for there. I thought it was just an interesting shot,
Yeah. And so, I was not expecting you to come in and be like, yeah, but you know what?
The twist is Uncle Ruckus was right the whole time, John. You were supposed to be on his side.
No, I don't like that, Woolie. No. That's bad. But yeah, man, like, okay. I was rewatching Room 237 with Michelle. And Michelle will sit through so much. Like, she has watched me watch the most vile horror movies. At one point, she just turns to me and just goes, "No," and stands up and walks out of the room.
That's great.
I think that was around the erection scene.
Oh yeah, the freeze. I'm like, yeah. So that's it. You have to understand too as well that like most things we recommend each other, like, I'm assuming it's in earnest unless it's obviously not. So I go in with an open mind to everything.
Okay, I understand. But like, I don't mean to like make fun of these people. Like, genuinely, I think the fact that they see this stuff in The Shining is fascinating. I don't see it, and I don't agree with it, and I think that they have kind of... I think the point that you convince yourself a creator is such an insane genius, you nearly start seeing the reputation more than the work, But I mean, like, people have also...
Hideaki Anno, man.
Hideaki Anno, But people, like, have said, like, this kind of stuff about me and, like, how I kind of interpret stuff as well. Like, I remember when I did my Simpsons is Good Again video, there's this, like, episode where it's a treehouse of horror, and the Simpsons like find themselves in a Simpsons theme park, and all over the theme park, these animatronic Simpsons are doing the same jokes over and over and over, and it's all classic Simpsons. It's all from seasons 1 to 10. And there's even a bit where like a bunch of tourists grab Homer and they're trying to push him into the bush because they want Homer to do the, you know, the bush fade thing. And he's like, and Homer's like, I hate that stupid joke. And it's like, and it's the Simpsons trying to break free from this park full of like the classic Simpsons. And so I made the point in the video that I really feel like that is the writers of The Simpsons frustrated with having to shed this, to be being shackled to what this show used to be, you know?
I too.
And I think that's a good read. I got fucking dragged on Twitter so hard. Like, people were so mad at that read.
Okay. I think that it's correct to say that you always have to leave room for the audience's interpretations of things, and that the death of the author will also occur. And I also remember the first time I read a forum with the Squall is dead theory in FF8, and about what it means when you see that hole in his face in the dance cutscene, and how the whole game after that is Squall was never alive to begin with. Look at all the signs, and you know, and yada yada. And you're like, what the fuck is wrong with people? And we're like, oh my god, we're going down a rabbit hole. But if you're truly convinced this is what's here, you can find all the supporting evidence you want to underline that, right? I remember when the Matrix trilogy was just The Matrix and the sequels were not out yet, and then the Reloaded came out and Revolutions had not yet happened, and someone wrote this insanely long essay about why the Matrix within a Matrix theory is real, and that's why he was able to stop the bullets in the real world, and the whole, like, what other signs there are to make that work and why that was good, you know? And all of that got shit on as soon as the next movie came out. But boy, were they convinced.
At some point, it becomes fan fiction. You know, you start seeing the media you want to see.
Yeah. And the funny thing, too, is I remember that specific essay was so smug about it that it also started doing things like giving chapters, sections, and titles to like each point it was making, going like, Chapter 4, The White Rabbit. Are you starting to see it yet? You know, and like it was being like smug and being like almost like cinematic about its own essay, you know? And it's like, none of that was real. None of that was real, right?
Yeah. But it's like, I mean, like at the end of the day, like what is authorial intent? Like, what is real? What, like, can I prove that one of these conspiracies absolutely isn't true? No, I can't. And even, like, there's moments with, like, the Holocaust stuff, or, like, specifically the repeating history stuff, that I'm kind of like, yeah, that, like, I can kind of get a sense for that. But I just think it's, like, this fascinating case study in, like, man, media is... we inflict meaning on art, you know, and that's just, it's not wrong to do that. That is just our nature. And like, you can try and look at art objectively, but ultimately you are always coming to these points where you're going, this is what it means to me, or I think this is what it means. Because like, and then like, if you draw something that's meaningful to you, if you draw something that like has a powerful effect on you, and it's not what the author intended, why, like, maybe that shouldn't matter, you know? Like, I'm big believer in death of the author.
Yeah, so that's the other part of this too, is that you don't want to have the like, hey, you watched the movie wrong, right? You didn't pick up on this, and
see, that's
that
what
sucks.
I would never want to say to anyone.
Don't do that,
you know?
right? What I will say as well is that sometimes even when it's obvious, just like I'll pick up on something and still kind of be like, yeah, still, I like, that doesn't make it necessarily better per se. Like, for example, I was just talking about The Matrix, right? The last Matrix movie, right? Hey, turns out that like after the journey that the Wachowskis have been on, a big part of Neo and the Matrix world have been a trans allegory, right? That is a thing that is a conclusion that they have come to at this point in their lives, and they're using this movie as a vehicle showing that. That's really interesting. I still think it was a shitty movie. I hated it, but
yeah,
but you know what I mean. But like that, but that's a thing that like no, you can see the authors going for that, right? And I think that like if the author also then comes out and is like, no, this is not what this was meant to be. Stop it. Don't take my work to be this. You know, that's also like goofy, and you do have to kind of let that go as well when the audience kind of goes places with it. And it's like you said, there's give and take to it. You know, there were rumors back in the day. This is wild, but there were rumors. I don't think they were ever confirmed that the reason why Bridget exists is because in Guilty Gear, as the old the series, was because Soul Bad Guy and Kai Kisk were being shipped, and that's not what Daisuke's vision was for the characters. And so the idea was we need to create more fan service characters to be shipped together with other characters so that it won't happen to my favorite two. And like that was a weird, prevalent online thing that people were going off on, you know?
Man, if I was there in the concept room, I could have told them, people are going to make these two.
You can't stop it, bro. Anyways, I think that's a wild swerve there at the end. Okay, that the point was to show you just how far people can interpret film, and here's 9 loons going off on their video essays.
Okay, no, look, I don't know who's right and who's wrong.
Yeah.
Maybe they're all right, maybe they're all wrong, but the fascinating thing about art is more the fact that these theories exist.
Okay.
You know, like that is... And like, I think what it ultimately speaks to for me is that The Shining is a film made with such like intricacy and such care that it's like The Hotel. It kind of goes on forever. And in that, I think it kind of becomes this sort of film where people can just see an infinite amount of things. Was that shit intended by Stanley Kubrick? I have no fucking idea. Do I even really care? Not that much. But the fact that it operates on that level, I love, because I think it speaks to the potential of art to be kind of anything. And I think that's special. And I think that's probably why it's like my favorite movie.
Okay. I think I also just discovered the potential for this podcast to set up traps where media that is like garbage or weird or has its issues is recommended with sincerity to see if the other person will come back and be like, I feel so bad about that, because like, you basically went into this thing and you were probably like, you know, well, like, I mean, if John sees this stuff, I gotta hear it, and then you come back to me and you're like, you know what, John, I see it, and then I'm like, boo, Woolie, it's I'm sorry, dude. You know, like, hey, no, Detroit Become Human does have some parts that... How do we throw this?
Podcast is such a fucking mess constantly.
How do we throw this on the Pantheon? Are we...
I knew an hour ago. Now I don't.
Are we ranking The Shining TV, and Room 237 as a single entry?
What do you think?
I feel very differently about all three of these things, and it feels...
Do you think we rank them separate?
Well, it feels crazy to put Kubrick and then weigh it down with Stephen King.
It's kind of fun, though, isn't it? It's pretty fun. And then if we throw those 9 theories in there...
I mean, look, if you want to shotgun this, right, you stick a whole lot of buckshot in, and some of these pellets from Kubrick are landing in outer heaven. Some of these TV pellets are landing somewhere between Cloud Path and Field of Competence, and then the essays. I don't know, but like.
Yeah, I nearly feel like maybe the move here is to rank The Shining and the TV version of The Shining. I don't know what we do with 237. I think the fact that it's like analogous to another piece of media makes it all the more difficult.
Yes. Okay. The TV Shining, to me, I was expecting so much worse, and I was quite surprised with the fun differences.
It's fun. It's a fun little series.
Yes. And to that, I say, it is competent. It is quite competent. And in that kind of goofy way, I think Twin Peaks achieves what it wants to as a TV show that's kind of similar in energy to this better. So I would say that I feel the TV Shining lands probably below Cyber 6 and above every Leprechaun movie. How do you feel about that?
Right on the edge of the Valley of the Wretched. Yeah, that works for me. That works for me. Your new number 32, the 1997 Shining miniseries.
I think I enjoyed all the others in that category a bit more, I'd say, So just looking at that.
I think that's fair.
Stanley Kubrick's The Shining. What the fuck, John?
Yeah, this is a mistake.
Right? This is a huge problem. You want to populate the bottom of this list, and you're giving us shit that it hurts to every step away from perfection is brutal. It's automatically better than Roman Reigns.
Yeah, it is.
I think that Chan-wook Park is a brilliant director of our time, but The Shining is a cinematic masterpiece with nary a flaw. So it's better than the Vengeance trilogy.
Okay, we've new number 4. Is Stanley Kubrick's The Shining better than Kendrick Lamar? Woolie, I'm leaving this one up to you, buddy.
I mean,
I feel like
Kendrick gets to keep adding to this category, like GNX, like.
So okay, here's maybe one thing.
The Super Bowl is now
like
is now in rank 3.
With you particularly, Kendrick Lamar, like his work made you feel like seen, like it fucking hit you, like your whole talk through that entire podcast was like just this amazing fucking validation of like an identity. It felt like I love The Shining, favorite movie. I don't know it's that for me.
The Boondocks also made me feel seen, but as a piece of...
It's homophobic as shit, though.
but as a piece of media, I do like... I'm like, realistically, like, this is phenomenal. I'm really enjoying this. But I'm looking at these other medias and rating it all together. But I see what you're saying, and I agree with that. That does make sense to me. I can painfully settle The Shining just beneath Kendrick Lamar.
Okay.
I can do that. Can you do that?
I can do that.
Okay.
Oh, that was tough.
Oh, so we're just going to take Shelley's trauma and we're just going to put the Shibuya incident over Shelley Duvall's trauma, are we?
Yeah, the Shibuya, we got to restructure this list, Woolie. We need...
How many actors were fucking sacrificed and their peace of mind and safety were sacrificed in the creation, well, our safety was sacrificed in fighting each other, but listen, The shine, yeah, you can argue. Anyone can argue The Shining to go as high as it possibly can because it is. It belongs in the contending. For
So the only point I would disagree with The Shining is I wouldn't put it in number one. I wouldn't put it at Fighting Your Friend.
No, because then I would be a person that was like a Shining channel. Like I would be. My life would be about The Shining, and it's not.
Yes.
It's not.
Yeah.
And I don't. Love it that level. But as far as just watching a movie and walking out and being like, that was perfect goes, it's real easy for me to like stack that up, and find. It's not about, because you can't find flaws to take it down. You just have to talk about why other things affected you more.
Yes. Yeah. God damn, the Shibuya incident's feeling hard to justify right now. But I also know that that's such a different thing that we both just look. Well, maybe this list may need to be revisited at some point. Woolie, one final thing before we move on.
Acknowledge me, he says as he falls off the outer heaven plateau.
Which do you think reviewed better in the time of its release? The Shining TV show or the Stanley Kubrick film?
Oh my God. That's an amazing question. I bet you that moviegoers were confused and upset at the movie. And I bet you that the TV was so digestible and TV guide ready that people were way happier with that TV show.
You would be 100% correct.
That's fucking amazing. It's just that much more easy to understand.
And do you know the main criticism of the Stanley Kubrick's The Shining?
The ending made no sense.
No, it's so much more batshit than that. It's not really a horror film, though.
What about that shot with all the fake skeletons in the dining room?
Okay, maybe Kendrick Lamar does beat it.
Oh man. Okay. All right. We got another fucking honker of an episode here.
We should. God damn it.
We tried. We
really tried. Oh my fucking God. Okay.
Right? But then it turned out to be Stanley Kubrick's The Shining versus the Boondocks. Guess what? I had like my quota of 19 N-words was fulfilled. We got there, but Jesus fucking Christ.
Okay.
Recommend?
That leaves only recommend or die.
I have no confidence. I don't know what I'm doing, but I do feel I want to experiment with you and media consumption.
Okay.
And where you land. I want to experiment with what we throw onto this list. And I want to have a discussion about perhaps this topic in a broader sense in what it means to the industry and the mediums we love.
Okay.
John, how do you feel about gambling?
I find it kind of exciting, honestly. I've never really done a lot of it.
How do you feel about horse girls?
Oh my fucking God, are you serious? Did Fox get to you? He fucking did, didn't he? Jesus fucking Christ, the entire internet wants me to play this fucking phone game, and now you, Woolie, you! I feel like I'm in a fucking zombie movie, and the last human left alive has just started trying to eat my brain. Fine, I'll play your fucking horse game.
I think after playing Uma Musume Pretty Derby, there's an interesting discussion to be had about gacha, about gameplay, about horse waifus, about horse lore,
Oh, Jesus Christ. We go from one of the greatest fucking movies of all time to the fucking Horse Girl mobile game.
You can play it on your desktop.
Wonderful.
It might be easier if you wanted to set that up. And
I am going to play it on my phone while taking a shit.
And you can form relationships with your horses, and they perform. They're idols as well.
What is happening? You could have recommended me any piece of... Okay.
I think there's a space here to explore the nature of gacha and the nature of gameplay and the nature of horse girls that are doing their best. You know? Did Foxcade get to me? Maybe. Am I holding on to a check that is not yet cashed? Who knows? But I will say that I think there's an interesting discussion to be had here, and I think people listening to this might have some opinions. Your recommendation,
and I
for next month is Uma Musume Pretty Derby, the game, not the anime, but
not the anime.
You know.
Okay. You know, Woolie, sometimes I think we understand each other really well.
Okay. Would you... Nope. We're here.
What just happened?
Because there's parts of this where I'm like, there are other gacha games that I've played and been like, I was expecting nothing, and I found something like gameplay here, like Nikke, where you cover shoot, and I'm like, wow, it's actually a cover shooter. Yeah, the titties are jiggling, but it's kind of like Wild Guns.
Why can't we play that?
But this one is sitting back and watching the horse girls run, and I want to talk about this. So,
okay, look, why don't I do a little supplemental visit to Nikke?
Okay, you can check out Nikke.
Yeah. Okay, I'll check out Nikke, but I will mainly check out Horse Girl thing.
I mean, not to even, there's Zenless Zone Zero and Punishing Grey Raven, and Dante and Virgil came out.
I'm actually familiar with Zenless Zone Zero.
Oh, are you? Okay, cool. And I got my Dante and Virgil and Punishing Grey Raven, so that's over now. But those are there. Gacha. It's a thing.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh man, this has been a wild episode, Woolie. Kind of makes you think, doesn't it? Makes you think about me and you, and like, I guess the different ways we've gotten to know each other throughout this podcast, right? Right? Would you agree?
Yes, and.
But I also think, like, Woolie, there's maybe a part of me that you've never quite understood. You know what I mean?
I thought we were, connecting through notions and N-words a little bit today, and and the usage therein, and the idea of
of course. It's just like there's one other thing as well, Woolie. I'm weird. I'm a weirdo. I don't fit in, and I don't wanna fit in. I promise you, Woolie, there are people losing their fucking mind.
You're not about to recommend me Radiohead, are you? What's going on here?
But I suspect you're about to wish I had. Woolie, I want you to take Punch Mom and Punch Girl. I want you to pack up the car, because you're all going on a little trip to a very special little town called Riverdale.
God damn it, man. All right.
Woolie, this is my Boondocks.
Okay. Archie.
But
okay.
there's no way I'm going to ask you to watch all of Riverdale, because that's ridiculous. And also, it's not going to just be season 1, because season 1 kind of sucks.
And I already know that things get batshit.
And it's the escalation I want you to feel.
Okay.
And so, Woolie, I have prepared you a sampler platter.
Oh my God.
Of 13 episodes, starting with season 1, ending in season 3.
Cowboy Bebop, The Essential Sessions. Okay. All right.
Would you like to know your selection? I will post the episode list on Blue Sky if people would like to find it over there.
Let's go.
You will be watching, Woolie, Season 1, Episode 1, The River's Edge. Season 1, Episode 3, Body Double. Season 1, Episode 13, The Sweet Hereafter. Season 2, Episode 1, A Kiss Before Dying. Season 2, Episode 22, Brave New World. Season 3, Episode 1, Labor Day. Season 3, Episode 3, The Midnight Club. Season 3, Episode 5, The Great Escape. Season 3, Episode 8, Outbreak. Season 3, Episode 9, No Exit. Season 3, Episode 16, Big Fun. Season 3, Episode 21, Survive the Night. And my personal favorite, Season 3, Episode 22.
Okay. I feel like I've just been handed a list of which episodes of Clone Wars are worth watching.
Excuse me. Season 3, Episode 21 is in fact called The Dark Secret of Harvest House. So yeah.
All on Netflix then?
All on Netflix.
I thought you already got your video essay out. Or 2. I thought, do we?
There's been 2.
Okay.
There's been 2 video essays, Woolie.
But there's more. There's more to discuss. Okay.
Hey, look, you can always wring more content out of Riverdale, as I am showing here.
Okay. How far you go into Uma Musume is entirely up to you. So, you know, you can have full relationships. You can do whatever you'd like to in that. Just have the experience, I suppose.
I'll have fun, I'm sure. And you will as well, Woolie.
You told me. You warned it. You said you put it up there. I could have, but I didn't. I didn't bat down the hatches. I'm to expect the flood.
Mm-hmm. And now it's here. And you're going to have a hell of a time, Woolie.
Next episode, Riverdale versus Uma Musume.
I just want to tell people now, it's going to be the worst episode we've ever done. Bye, everyone!